never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News.
What would the Inflation Reduction Act do to reduce inflation? That's the question asked by a reporter to White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre on Tuesday. She appeared to flounder.
As we deal with a time that is difficult for many Americans. Look, experts, economists has said themselves that this would be the Inflation Reduction Act would be beneficial to that extra $300 billion in deficit.
The exchange came the same day the U.S. announced an uptick in inflation to 8.3%, according to the Consumer Price Index. Ken Starr, the man who quickly became a household name in the 1990s due to his connection with the Clinton administration investigation, has died. Reporter Tim Berg has the story.
Ken Starr has died at the age of 76. The former Solicitor General rose to fame as the independent counsel in the investigation that led to the impeachment of former President Bill Clinton. 2 years ago, Starr was also a member of President Trump's defense team when his impeachment went before the Senate. Officials say Starr died at Baylor St. Luke's Medical Hospital in Houston of complications from surgery.
Mike Lindell, the CEO of MyPillow, said Tuesday his cell phone had been seized by the FBI. In an episode of his show, The Lindell Report, he said the seizure took place at a Hardee's drive-thru while he drove back to his home in Mankato, Minnesota. The Washington Times reports the seizure of Mr. Lindell's cell phone comes while the agency has targeted numerous Trump allies as the midterm elections loom. And Queen Elizabeth's coffin has landed in Buckingham Palace after its final flight. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Senator Marco Rubio is backing what he calls a common sense solution for the fentanyl crisis. The Florida Republican wrote Monday on FoxNews.com that he's introducing a bill that would allow fentanyl sellers to be charged with felony murder if the buyer dies. He also proposes suspending websites that facilitate the sale of illegal drugs, putting more pressure on China to control fentanyl production at its source, and cracking down on illegal immigration. Inflation is at a 40-year high in the U.S., while the Biden administration appears tone-deaf to the plight of many Americans.
Inflation continues to bog down American households and remain close to a 40-year high. The Labor Department on Tuesday reported its consumer price index rose to 8.3% in August from the same month a year ago. The CPI measures what consumers pay for goods and services. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Los Angeles County health officials have confirmed the first death due to monkeypox in a local resident. The death is believed to be the first in the U.S. from the disease. However, the Associated Press is reporting the CDC has not yet confirmed any U.S. deaths. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham has introduced a bill calling for a nationwide abortion ban. The bill would prohibit abortions after 15 weeks of pregnancy, with few exceptions. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
The buy one, get one free special going on now at MyPillow. MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, the roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and 6-piece towel sets on special. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find out all the great deals you can get right now at MyPillow. mypillow.com/USA.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All righty, here we go again. Just like that, another 24 hours has come and gone. So we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone, 14th day of September. Here we go. Yeah, I know, Mike. Already hump day. So midweek coming on. Welcome in, welcome aboard. Good to have you with us. Hope your week's going well. Got a full 5 hours coming your way. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios here in Southwest Ohio. 66 degrees outside the secret bunker. Very, very quiet night as far as weather is concerned. Good night for trailer trucking, right? I can go all the way out to central Colorado, eastern New Mexico. From there, we can pretty much go nearly to the eastern seaboard without a drop of rain in the mix. Now, we do have some showers southern Florida, down towards Orlando. Then in the northeast, still a little bit of rain, things quieting down, but you got to go up into northern Vermont, New Hampshire, still a little bit of rain there in southern Maine, but that's all going to be clearing out. Heading off to the northeast. Now out west, yeah, we've got some monsoon moisture, as forecasters had been telling us. Pretty decent thunderstorms, southern portions of Nevada, just not too far east of Las Vegas. Got some decent rain, more showers and thunderstorms north of Las Vegas. Not much happening in Arizona. A lot of shower activity over into central and southern New Mexico. Even a little bit of rain in northern New Mexico. Heaviest rains are from just south of Albuquerque all the way down nearly to Las Cruces, New Mexico. And all those storms that develop out west, they don't really move a lot. They're just kind of parked over the same area. So you do get a lot of rain in a very short amount of time. That's because we've got cooler air settling in out west finally after days of record-shattering heat in the west. The cooler air has finally filtered in, but it's bringing with it some daily showers and thunderstorms. More of the same expected through the rest of this week out west, even as the exact location of where these storms may shift around from day to day. The stretch of wet weather started late last week, when we had rain from Tropical Storm K, bringing a lot of rain to Southern California. Issues with flooding and mudslides. Meanwhile, a surge of tropical moisture with the North American monsoon overspread much of the Intermountain West, so some daily showers and thunderstorms will continue. Not every area gets wet on any given day, but storms that have formed often have been rather intense. Heavy rainfall, even some strong wind gusts in some areas. Over in the Phoenix area, we saw some storms arriving late Sunday evening, where they picked up a quick 0.6 of an inch of rain in that city. Some damaging winds as high as 86 miles per hour. Wow, at Sky Harbor International Airport, one of the busiest airports in the country, that actually prompted a ground stop. Flights delayed, some had to be rerouted. Las Vegas actually set a daily rainfall record Monday. It was just a little less than 0.2 of an inch of rain. It's amazing how little bit of rain like that sets a daily record. Elsewhere, bursts of heavy rain causing a different array of issues in the mountainous terrain of California. As rain fell, turning the dirt on the mountain slopes to mud, huge debris flows were seen in some locations, including the Southern California city of Yucaipa, just southeast of San Bernardino. An enormous, slow-moving mud flow covering the roadway. Local police issued an evacuation order for parts of the area. Some evacuations and shelter-in-place orders were issued due to mudslides for thousands of residents in other parts of Southern California. According to the Associated Press, some structural damage to several buildings reported in the community of Forest Falls, about 75 miles east of L.A. No injuries reported there. Yesterday, more showers and thunderstorms rolling across much of the west. While the surge of moisture is limited to a handful of states, we could see some of this rain continuing to make its way further north, maybe even as far north as Idaho, parts of Montana, and Wyoming over the next couple of days. Slight change in the pattern may affect where the threat of showers and storms occurs today through Thursday. That's going to allow some places will dry out, other locations will get their first chance of rain in quite a lengthy period of time. Starting today, the plume of moisture that allows for showers and storms to develop begins to shift eastward. That'll finally allow California to dry out from a rather wet month so far, but that'll put the Rockies and the high plains in play for some of these storms later today. Now, as the moisture shifts eastward, dew points across California will drop, struggle to get out of the 30s and 40s. Usually that's too dry for thunderstorms to develop. The opposite scenario will be occurring across the Rockies and portions of the plains, as the dry air there is going to be replaced by more humid conditions. As is typical for monsoon showers and storms, the coverage somewhat isolated. Some areas may be dry for all day. Others may receive rounds of heavy rain, maybe even some strong gusty winds. It's the localized nature of these storms. But this is all beneficial rain for the ongoing drought that still covers much of the Southwest. The chance of rain may also prove beneficial for the firefighters, with numerous wildfires ongoing across the Intermountain West. Even a brief period of rain can really slow fires down, allow crews to contain things a bit faster. But it's kind of a double-edged sword, as you may have lightning strikes, and in some areas, the dry lightning that may ignite additional fires. So, all right, the gusty winds generated by these storms can also cause some erratic changes in the fire's behavior. There's a quick look out west, and again, rest of the quiet, pretty darn quiet tonight as we make our way into a Wednesday. Coming up, we'll check what are we watching as the peak of the hurricane season, the Atlantic. Actually, the peak of the season came and went over the weekend with very little activity over the Atlantic basin once again. Very notably dormant this year after nearly 2 years of almost constant activity, particularly in the middle portion of the season. Break things down. There's a couple of areas they're watching, but not a whole lot really going on there. And boy, the economic news, it was not the news they anticipated this past day. As we're hearing, the inflation continues at 40-year highs. After a little bit of a break there in the month of July, the anticipation was when the numbers for August came in, especially in light of the fact that gas prices have been continuing to drop. That had been one of the primary factors in the high inflation numbers. You would think inflation would have been a bit better, coming down. That was not the case in the month of August. I guess realistically, the cost of every darn thing, with the exception of gas, is actually costing more. Oddly enough, how crazy is it that the White House picked this particular day to have a bit of a celebration? We're going to celebrate the Inflation Reduction Act. Actually had James Taylor performing on the White House lawn, South Lawn. This is a time when the world needs to cooperate more than ever before. Maybe more than anything since World War II. The world needs to get together and respond to the climate crisis, because that's what the Inflation Reduction Act was really all about. The Green New Deal, right? So while they're performing and celebrating the Inflation Reduction Act, as the inflation numbers, the actual inflation numbers are coming out, the stock market is plummeting. While James Taylor's out there singing, the Dow Jones is dropping 1,000 points. Ultimately, it was nearly 1,300 points that the Dow Jones Industrial Average plummeted by the end of the day. Let's break it down. More than 1,250 points. Biggest sell-off in more than 2 years. After the government numbers showed inflation is maintaining a surprisingly strong grip on the U.S. economy. S&P 500 down 4.3%. Biggest drop since June of 2020. The Dow was down 3.9%. The NASDAQ down 5.2%. Yeah, this sell-off wiped out a 4-day winning streak for the major stock index and erasing an early rally in the European markets. They thought these numbers were going to be different. Bond prices fell sharply, sending yields higher after the report showed inflation decelerated only to 8.3% in August, rather than the 8.1% that the economists were expecting. So the hotter than expected reading has traders now bracing for the Federal Reserve to raise interest rates even higher than expected to combat inflation. With all the risk to the economy, fears about higher rates sent prices dropping for everything from gold to cryptocurrencies to crude oil. According to one analyst, right now it's not the journey that's a concern so much as the destination. Where's this going to lead? If the Fed wants to hike and hold, the big question is, what level will it be at? All but 6 of the stocks in the S&P 500 fell. Technology and other high-growth companies fell more than the rest of the market because they're seen most at risk for higher rates. Most of Wall Street came into the day thinking the Fed next week would probably hike the short-term rate by about, again, a 7.75 point, a 0.75 percentage point at their meeting next week. The hope was inflation was in the midst of quickly falling back to more normal levels after that peak at 9.1% back in June. The thinking was that a slowdown would allow the Fed to maybe downshift the size of the rate hikes for the rest of this year and maybe hold steady for next year. Well, Tuesday's numbers dashed all those hopes. Forget about that. This piece of data, I'm quoting here, just hammered home the Fed isn't going to have the data to do anything different than continue the rate-raising path for even longer. And this just increases the chance of an actual recession. Not good numbers. Now, you almost have to feel sorry for the Biden White House. I don't know, is that possible? This spendthrift, climate change, Obamacare subsidy, the Inflation Reduction Act. They really felt like things were finally going to be going their way. That was the anticipation. August had been a good month, no doubt. The inflation figures for July that were reported in early August could at least plausibly be described as maybe beginning to go the right direction. The strong July and August jobs report pushing back fears of a recession until maybe at least after the midterm elections. As gas prices continued falling week after week, consumer sentiment was still in the ditch, but slowly beginning to climb in the right direction. So it must have seemed like an almost inevitability that the inflation numbers would come in favorably. They did not. One of the themes over the past year and a half has been the denial of inflation's existence. Instead of seeing it as a fundamental problem to the economy, this administration and the cheerleaders in the establishment media have continuously treated inflation as an aberration. It's going to fade. It's going to fade. It's going to go away. The White House has never been able to come to grips with the fact that throwing nearly $2 trillion of stimulus on the economy last year, roughly 9% of last year's gross domestic product gave rise to this inflationary atmosphere that's going to persist until it's forcibly stamped out by a combination of restrictive monetary and fiscal policy. And again, the oddity that they're celebrating on the South Lawn, the Inflation Reduction Act, which is, hey, we just spent another damn near $1 trillion. You're throwing gas on the inflation fire now. With that, well, let's get to who's checking it out of the box here on a brighter note. Hey, Mike. Tell you what, let's get a quick time out here. And, of course, phone lines are open. You want to jump in? It's 844-844 3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey there, do you know what day it is? Tom Kelly does. It's Hump Day. Good morning from the shadow of the Johnson Space Center. Of course, where Tuesday nights are ladies' nights at TNC Radio. And, of course, this week all three shows are new and will be repeated right after the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive later this morning. First up, it'll be Shannon Courier. All things Southern on the Southern Route. That kicks off at 5 a.m. Eastern Time. That is Shelley Johnson and Kathy Tuccaro, a driver of the world's largest truck, as they host Women Road Warriors. Finally, don't miss Sarah Barnes-Humphrey. She'll be talking all things supply chain, which I'm sure there's plenty to talk about in that category. Thoughts and Coffee. On the program this morning, starting at 7 a.m., taking a look at supply chain updates, things you need to know. Undoubtedly, they're going to be talking about potentially a rail strike, what kind of impact that may have on supply chain. Yeah, it's more and more continuing to look like, in the White House and states around the country all anticipating this may actually occur beginning on Friday. Updates on that just ahead. Hello to Tank out of the box this morning via YouTube, followed by Heavy D. Hello, Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Stay safe. Keep on trucking. Legendary Big Moose out of the box. He simply says, slow traffic, stay to the right. Hello to Gerald. Howdy, Steve, my man. Nice 59 degrees outside Cape Girardeau, Missouri tonight. Little ham and cheese sandwich and getting ready for the overnight drive. Everybody stay groovy there. Happy Hump Day from Tank 61. A little rain here in New Mexico, as I mentioned earlier. Yes, indeed. High pressure pumping back on board with us. Vacation is over. It's back to the old grind. But he says Maine was actually very beautiful. Hope you had a good time, high pressure pumping. Let's roll. Good morning from Central Florida, Richard, with 78 degrees. Hello, Steve, and all the listeners out there. Kevin checks in. Morning to the Overnight Drive crew. Hello to Vincent. Gerald, Steve says, Steve, I paid $9.32 at a truck stop for 3 chicken tenders. Unbelievable. There's your food inflation. Yeah, I mean, you noticed what's a Happy Meal running these days? Hello to Hillbilly Tex on board. Let's see, steak sauce is with us. Copy the mail, steak sauce. Pappy, hey, where you been, Pappy? Hadn't heard from you in a few mornings. I asked Big Moose about that this past morning. He said he did talk to you. Guess you've been busy with work in recent days. Pappy's on board, though. 61 degrees in Harrison, Ohio. Cloudy, so let's let it roll. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Breaker 19 for the Carolina Monkey Gouger. You're clean clear to Flagtown, Hillbilly. Everybody hammer down, be safe, and by the way, stock up on food and water. That's Pappy's advice. Michigan Madman, hey there. Hello, Steve. I did my part last Friday contacting our senator in regards to the RPM Act. And I did get a response from Senator Gary Peters Monday via email. Anyway, have a good night, everybody out there from the Michigan Madman. Good morning, America. Kevin checks in. How are you? 57 clear in lefty-controlled northern Illinois. God bless us, everyone. Yep, no doubt about it. Yeah. Morning from Philly Dan. Keep on humping, hump day. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bullhauler, checks in. 64 degrees in Hobstad, Indiana. Let's see. 64 Tar Heel Steers hammering down to the Cowboy State. And a special shout out to the Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger. Hello to Dale, morning from Salon, Iowa, 57 and clear tonight, everybody. Truck safe out there. Saying goodbye to my father-in-law. Rest in peace, Ron Hendricks. You will be missed until we meet again. All right, sorry about your loss there, Dale. News break time as we roll into a hump day, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
What would the Inflation Reduction Act do to reduce inflation? That's the question asked by a reporter to White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre on Tuesday. She appeared to flounder.
Experts, economists have said themselves that this would
The exchange came the same day the U.S. announced an uptick in inflation to 8.3%, according to the Consumer Price Index. Mike Lindell, the CEO of MyPillow and an ally of former President Donald Trump, said Tuesday his cell phone had been seized by the FBI. Lindell said the seizure took place at a Hardee's drive-thru while he drove back to his home in Mankato, Minnesota. And Queen Elizabeth's coffin has arrived at Buckingham Palace. This is USA Radio News.
Water. It's essential to life, but it's also something that so many of us here in America take for granted. Imagine how different your life would be without access to clean water in your home. What if you had to walk to the nearest creek, stream, lake, or pond to get water? Suddenly, going to work and school wouldn't be an option because you and your children would have to spend your days collecting water. This is the day-to-day reality of most families living in the world's poorest countries. But what if I told you that you can change that reality for just pennies a day? Through our water projects, Food for the Poor is working to meet the need for water in 17 impoverished countries. But it won't happen without you. Incredibly, it only takes $15 to provide a child access to clean water for life. $15, decades and decades of access to water for a child. Give the life-changing gift of water now. Just text USA Radio to 91999. Text USA Radio, all one word, to 91999.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. you'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, good morning, Joe Self, morning, Steve, and all the Overnight Drive crew. Got a nice cool 63 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Happy Hump Day, everybody. Have a good night. All right. There's Country Bumpkin checking in from Grand Haven, Michigan. 60 degrees, feeling good tonight. All right, hello to Bolt with 61 in Kaiser, West Virginia. We've got some big news to share with you soon, so you shall be hearing from me. Have a wonderful night, everybody, and stay safe. I bet she got that job. She'd applied for a dispatcher job, I believe it was there. We shall find out in short order. Hello to Lee. Alan Bollinger says, hello, 2 more weeks, and I'm hanging up the keys. Ready for retirement, are you? All right, well, have a safe 2 weeks and enjoy the retirement. Thanks for checking in, though. Good to have you on board. Hello, Table Scraps. Morning to Mr. Sommers. It's a beautiful 65 degrees here in Hopkinsville, Kentucky. What do you think about Kyle Busch jumping into a Chevrolet for Richard Childress Racing? Who would have thought? I guess Monkey Gouger's going to have to cheer for Kyle Busch next year, right? You know, Table Scraps, I don't know if you were with us last night. He actually called in last evening, and he was pretty thrilled about Kyle jumping into a Chevrolet, and he indeed is going to be cheering for Kyle Busch next year in a Chevrolet. Morning to the Dipsy driver. Hello, Steve, the best informed audience anywhere. 59 and clear in mid-Michigan, on the way to 79 for a high later today. Everybody stay safe out there, and yes, happy hump day. Alexandria, Minnesota, checking in. There's Todd Wheeler with 62 degrees. Buckeye Boy checking in from the hotel in Walnut, California. Out there in the land of fruits and nuts, right? 71 degrees. About 45 miles from my delivery tomorrow, 6 p.m. local time. Then I get to hang out till Sunday. Oh, joy. At least I have a bunch of restaurants near me. Plus, I already have lunch meat, soup, and other things to snack on. Well, it looks like the puppet and his handlers, I think, made a major blunder today. Just shows how absolutely clueless they are. In addition, I heard that a minimum of 500,000 illegals have crossed the southern border as gotaways. What's your guys on how many of these are maybe military-trained, felons, drug runners, potentially terrorists? Yes, sir. Have a great night there. Enjoy your time in California. Buckeye Boy, I know you got to love it. All right, Zorro on board. Late, but I'm here. All right, good to have you. Checking in there. What did Moose say here a few minutes ago? Checking in with the Dipsy driver. How much rain did y'all end up getting yesterday? Yeah, we got the bottom edge, and it was pretty soggy. Ken in Lower, Slower, Delaware is on board with 66 degrees at this hour. And hello to Gail. Good to have you on board. All right, let's jump up to the phones here before we break down the latest on the potentially impending rail strike. I want to get somebody's got an update, info on I-77. Who we got?
Bruce.
Morning, Bruce.
How we doing, Steve?
Doing well.
How we doing, Steve?
Yeah, doing well. What's going on?
Down 135 mile marker southbound side. Got an accident. Got both lanes shut down right now. So just saw a sign they just put up. Said right lane closed a half mile. So I don't know what all is involved, but
okay. So
anyhow, somebody's having a bad night.
I-77 in West Virginia, correct? You said about the 135?
Yep. 135, yep.
Okay. All right.
So we've been sitting here for about a half hour, 45 minutes. They ain't moved too much.
Hopefully they'll get that sorted out soon, right?
Yep. So get down there to Charleston, get back up to Akron, go back to Wheeling, go home in the morning, hopefully sometime.
So you got a lot yet to do. Hopefully you don't sit there too long.
Yeah, probably going to be about another half hour, 45 minutes by the time everybody gets out of the right-hand lane and gets to the left-hand lane and gets moving again. So
Okay.
But that's about it.
Well, thank you for the heads up, and appreciate you passing that info on, and thanks for listening in to the overnight drive. Let's see, let's head up to, is that Yonkers, New York? Says Paul is online. Morning, Paul.
Hey, Steve, I have a hard penis right
now. You know what, Paul? I got my dump button. That'll be installed here in a couple of days, so I won't have to worry about your dumb ass anymore. See what's going on. Curtis, I believe. Hello, Curtis.
Hi, B, sir. You know, you keep hearing about this space shot getting ready to go off for the new moon shot, and they keep having gas leaks. You think they should have a NASCAR crew go work for NASA?
Yeah, that might work.
I mean, because how anxious would you be to get on a moonshot and you keep having gas leaks before
right.
you even lift off?
Not a good thing. That is correct. Yeah.
NASCAR could take care of that.
All I know is the update from 24 hours ago is going to be at least September the 27th at the earliest. They've been working on the fuel leak thing. They're going to have to try to do like a dry run where they try to fuel the thing up and then just empty it back out before launch day.
I mean, what happens to right tight?
What else is going on, Curtis? Anything? Hadn't heard from you in a while.
Well, you know, I keep working the docks and keeping the crews happy. And they're always happy when I give them their snacks. They're always surprised, and they think it's the company. And I said, nope, it's me.
Yeah, I know you're the one that had inquired several times about going to Taste of Cincinnati or whatever, and getting some Skyline or
Yes,
Gold
I am.
Star chili. Did you ever try any of the Cincinnati chili?
No, but, you know, I'm going to test drive between Gold Star and Skyline. And what would I go with first? Over the spaghetti or over the dogs?
Oh, man. Yeah, if you get a can, you got enough in a can to do each. Make you a couple of chili dogs and a three-way. Spaghetti, chili, and cheese. That's my favorite.
Now, do you all have a Waffle House in your area?
Oh, yeah. Hell, who doesn't have a Waffle House in their area?
Well, unfortunately, I don't. I've only
No?
been to one once, and I love their chili and hash browns.
Now, that's one thing I've actually never even tried at Waffle House is their chili. I mean, is it actually pretty good? I wouldn't think of a breakfast joint as having good chili. But I have to try it maybe.
It's Waffle House. You got to try something, everything, you know.
Now, do you get that over?
It was good.
Do you get it over the
I've only
hash
been there once,
browns? Like chili over the hash
Yeah.
browns? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like a
No,
weird.
it was really good.
Weird combo to me, but all right, maybe I'll try that one of these days. Well, thanks for checking in, Curtis. Let us know when you do the Cincinnati Chili Challenge. All right, about 16 before the hour. Our number, 844-844-3388. Well, let me start with the Indiana Chamber. I guess Chamber of Commerce says this pending rail strike would be an economic disaster in the event they strike Friday. If a contract isn't reached, this would threaten the U.S. economy, devastating consequences, they say, for Indiana manufacturers. On day before yesterday, the Chamber of Commerce president and CEO kind of weighed in on the negotiations between the 6 largest freight railroads and the 12 unions. We are on the verge of an economic disaster if a national rail strike occurs, he says. This will have devastating consequences on Indiana manufacturers, especially those in the agribusiness and the automobile industries, with those perishable commodities to be impacted almost immediately since there's no ability to delay those shipments. Hoosiers will also feel the effects given the country's already compromised food chain. If the remaining unions do not agree to the deal that the others have, I think, is it 8 or 10 that have already agreed? There's 12 total unions. I know it's at least 8, but so there's either 2 or 4 more that have to agree. We are in contact with Indiana's congressional members. We're urging them to raise the issue to a level of emergency with all they can to spur the necessary action. That's, again, everyone more and more calling for what can maybe Congress do. White House this past day says they're working to craft a number of supply chain-related contingency plans this week. Yesterday, the press secretary told reporters that we've been working with shippers, truckers, air freight workers to see how they can step in and maybe keep goods moving in the event of a rail shutdown. The administration has also been working with relevant agencies to assess what supply chains and commodities are most likely to face severe disruptions and available authorities to keep goods moving. Of course, we know the background here. In absence of a tentative deal, industry insiders estimate this could be a $2 billion per day impact on the economy. Monday, House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer said Congress needs to act to avert a strike. Now, with the midterm elections less than 2 months away, Democrats don't need any more negativity association with the economy. And, of course, they just got the negative numbers about inflation this past day. What kind of an impact this could have with a nationwide rail strike? Let me see what else they say. The White House has made crystal clear to the interested parties that the harm American families, businesses, farmers, communities would experience if they do not reach a resolution. All right, according to reports, 5 of the 12 representing rail workers have reached in principle agreements. That was part of the Presidential Emergency Board recommendations, calling for a 24% pay raise, back pay, and some cash bonuses. But those deals involve just a small percentage of the workers who belong to the bigger unions. So that's the kicker there. The Hill reports Amtrak does not own the railways where their trains operate in certain parts of the country. Instead, Amtrak operates on the rails that are actually owned by the freight companies. Amtrak suspended service on several different lines yesterday. If a strike occurs, they'll pretty much stop Amtrak service nearly all over the country, with the exception of some of those northeast lines, is the way they explained it. Meanwhile, we hear from this past day that the rail lines, the railroads have already started to curtail shipments. Hazardous materials, they've announced plans to stop hauling refrigerated products as well ahead of the strike deadline. Businesses that rely on Norfolk Southern, Union Pacific, BNSF, CSX, Kansas City Southern, and other railroads to bring their raw materials or finished products are planning for the worst. I saw someone post here just a bit earlier. I guess they live near some rail lines and pointed out the fact that, hey, all I'm pretty much seeing is some of the J.B. Hunt boxes. I'm not seeing any chemical or oil tankers. That's because they stopped hauling those sort of products as of yesterday. So for some of these goods, the chemicals and whatnot, by the time we get to Friday, there's already going to be 3 days those products haven't been moving on the rail lines before a strike would even begin. The Biden administration scrambling to develop a plan to use trucks, ships, planes to try to keep the most crucial chemicals and other goods moving. They're also keeping the pressure on the two sides to settle this. And a growing number of business groups are lobbying Congress to be prepared to intervene. In addition to all the businesses that rely on railroads, passenger railroads are already being affected, many of them operating on the tracks, as we just mentioned, owned by the freight railroads. Amtrak's already canceled several of their long-distance trains because there wouldn't be enough time to reach their destinations before Friday. We mentioned last evening the lines that they've already canceled. Commuter railroads could be affected in Chicago. Metro warned their riders that they wouldn't be able to run most of their trains in the event of a strike. I don't know how many people there in and around Chicago actually rely on the trains to get them to their destinations and work on a daily basis. So again, the pressure's on. The clock is ticking. The Friday deadline looms. Guess it's Friday at the midnight hour as we head into Saturday, right? Our number, 844-844-3388. We return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, one of the questions I had is, if you've got like 8 of these unions that have a tentative deal, could they not continue working? If the other 2 unions that do not have a deal actually went on strike? And I just found the answer to that question. And the answer is no. Here's why. About 60,000 union members who work for the railroad are set to go on strike, right? That's like half of them. Well, that includes the engineers and conductors that make up the 2-person crews on each train, even though 45,000 other union members belong to unions that have come to a tentative deal. A strike by the engineers and conductors would bring the rail system, the freight rail system, to a grinding halt. So I didn't realize that. These 2 unions represent the engineers and the conductors. You gotta have them for all the rest of them to be able to do their job. All right, update with the 2 sides still unable to reach an agreement. Union officials and representatives of the railroads are headed to Washington, D.C. today, they tell us, where they will meet with the Labor Secretary, Marty Walsh. According to the Department of Labor spokesperson, while the source stressed that the situation is fluid, the 2 main unions that have the lingering disputes, that's the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers and Trainsmen and the Smart Transportation Division, they are expected to send their union chiefs to this meeting today, continuing the administration's sustained engagement, hands-on effort to encourage the parties to come to a mutual agreement. Later this morning, Wednesday morning, Secretary Walsh will host the rail companies and the unions at the Labor Department, according to a spokesperson in the statement. I mean, this meeting will put Walsh at the center of the high-stakes effort to avert what could be a debilitating strike and a major blow to the economy. Maybe they can come to a resolution. Again, the clock is ticking. Good morning, Captain Kirk.
Good morning, Steve. I called that Waffle House, but let's pick up real quick on that union thing. One of the things that I read, one of their major sticking points, is for these two-man crews, they're basically on 24/7 calls. So even if you have a day off, if somebody doesn't show up or they feel they need you, you're supposed to basically, if they call you, show up to work.
Mm-hmm.
You know, evidently the only acceptable excuse is if you call it dead, and for that you may need a doctor's note.
Mm.
And that's one of the things that they're complaining about. It's like, you know, we don't know if we're going to have this weekend off or these days off, so we can't plan things with our family and friends. So, you know, a lot of drivers, because when we're out on the road, we're essentially on call like that. So, you know, I kind of understand where they're coming from, and, you know, what kind of life is that where you can't make plans to do something on the weekend if you're scheduled to be off?
No doubt.
So, you know, like I said, I can see where they're coming from, and I know there's more to the story on both sides than that, but that I heard was one of the major sticking points.
Okay.
And I think, you know, the other side is, you know, basically comes down to is the railroads go, well, we're short employees. Well, everybody says they're short employees. Maybe you shouldn't have laid so many people off at the beginning of the pandemic. Oops, did I say that out loud?
But that's a fact, though.
And it's not just the railroads; it's a lot of different places. So, you know, but you were saying how everybody has a Waffle House. To my knowledge, upstate New York does not have a Waffle House.
Really?
The only one that I know of in the state of Pennsylvania is in Carlisle, PA.
I know they're big in the South. I mean, if you're going through Kentucky and hell, nearly every exit along I-75, there's a Waffle House there, you know?
Yeah, but when you get up into the Northeast,
yeah,
it's like waffle, whatever. I think the first time I ever ate a Waffle House was when I was maybe in college when a group of us went on a trip to the Grand Canyon. I think we stopped at one on the way back, but it could have been a Huddle House. I'm not sure. But the only one, I didn't really learn about Waffle House until I started driving trucks. So that would have been like 2005, 2006. I would have been in my late 20s. So, yeah, but I will say this. They do make good chili, Steve. They really do.
Now, for a Cincinnati guy, I wonder what good chili is actually considered, you know? Cincinnati chili's a different thing.
Cincinnati chili, if I'm not mistaken, is a lot closer to what some places call Greek chili, or more of a Middle Eastern style, where it's got cinnamon or nutmeg or other kinds of weird
That is correct. Yeah, I think
it's tasty.
I think the creator, I think the guys that actually came to Cincinnati that, you know, started Skyline, I believe they were Greek. They were from Greece.
And I know the first time I ever had it wasn't Cincinnati chili, but I was working up in Albany, New York area at a Radio Shack up there. And one of the malls up there, they had a little, you know, lunch spot that was run by a Greek family, and they served chili. So it's a little different. It's what they call Greek chili. It's meat-based, and I had the more Middle Eastern spices in there, the cinnamon and nutmeg, and maybe a little chocolate. Who knows what all in there?
Yep.
And it was a very thin chili, but it was good on a hot dog. But like if you had more of your traditional chilies, you know, with meat, I think there's a little beans, if I remember right, in the Waffle House, because I haven't stopped by there for a little bit, but there's not a lot, but it's mostly meat. It's not super thick, it's not super thin, but, you know, a bowl of it is good on its own. It's good on the hash browns. And they do something called a fiesta omelet, which is basically, you know, either shaved steak or some chicken, little jalapenos, you cheese, and you can get chili put over the top of that. And that's a pretty good meal. I mean, it's a big omelet, but I'll tell you what, if you're hungry or have somebody to split it with, that's not a bad way to start your day.
Yeah, you know what you're doing right now, Captain Kirk? You're killing all these guys out there that are starving and they're miles and miles away from anywhere to eat.
Well, hey, it happens to me periodically where other guys do it, so all I can say is revenge is sweet.
Turnaround is fair play, right? Yes, sir.
Amen. But hey, but if it makes the guys feel any better, my dinner tonight was a couple of hot dogs. So, and I still got another 3 hours of drive before I go to bed. So, I'm suffering out there with you guys because, when it gets much past 8 o'clock at night, good luck finding anything decent to eat anymore.
You gotta get a roller dog off the little roller grill, right? That's about it. All right. Hey, thank you much, Captain Kirk. We got to get our news update here on a Wednesday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Asian markets have skidded lower after Wall Street fell the most since June 2020 as a report showed inflation has kept a surprisingly strong grip on the U.S. economy. On Tuesday, the Dow lost more than 1,250 points. The S&P 500 sank 4.3%. U.S. inflation remained higher than what economists had expected in August. The consumer price index rose 8.3% in August from a year earlier. This news came on the same day President Joe Biden tried to sell the so-called benefits of the Inflation Reduction Act.
With this law, the American people won and special interests lost. How long we've been fighting farmer? How long we've been taking on these interests? From the time I got to the Senate 720 years ago.
Escalation continues overseas between Armenia and Azerbaijan.
Armenia said on Tuesday that at least 49 of its soldiers have been killed in clashes along the border with Azerbaijan after a sharp escalation in hostilities, which prompted Russia and the United States to call for restraint. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
An analysis from the New York Times found nearly 1 in 5 congressmen reported stock trades with possible conflicts. The outlet reported between the years 2019 and 21, more than 3,700 reported trades involved such potential conflicts of interest. In addition, the Times found 13 lawmakers or their families bought or sold shares of companies their committees were investigating during the analysis' 3-year purview. The total foreign-born population in the U.S. hit its highest level ever at 46.8 million under the Biden administration. This according to just-released census figures. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
A Democratic candidate for U.S. Senate is raising some eyebrows for words he used when talking about addressing Republican, quote, extremists, unquote. Democratic Ohio Senate candidate Tim Ryan spoke on MSNBC's Morning Joe on Tuesday.
The Democrats aren't right on everything, and I'm willing to sit down and have conversations about how we can move out of this age of stupidity and into an age of reconciliation and reform. How do we fix all of these broken systems? Some of those answers will come from Republicans, not the extremists that we're dealing with every single day. We've got to kill and confront that movement, but working with normal mainstream Republicans.
Ken Starr, the man who quickly became a household name in the 1990s due to his connection with the Clinton administration investigation, has died. Reporter Tim Berg has the story.
Ken Starr has died at the age of 76.
The former Solicitor General rose to fame as the independent counsel in the investigation that led to the impeachment of former President Bill Clinton. Officials say Starr died at Baylor St. Luke's Medical Hospital in Houston of complications from surgery.
A new census report shows COVID aid programs helped cut childhood poverty by 46%. And a Twitter whistleblower said the company's security practices are so weak, foreign governments were able to place agents on the company's payroll. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
David was in big trouble with the IRS.
At first, I didn't owe that much, but after this year, it was out of control.
Then David called Get a Tax Lawyer.
Right away, they were like, oh yeah, looks like you're qualified to say
Get a Tax Lawyer went to work.
Should have called way sooner.
Get a Tax Lawyer has helped thousands like David fight the IRS and get a fresh start.
Call 800-745-3070. That's 800-745-3070.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, back at it here. Hour number 2, and lines available at 844-844-3388. Good morning, Gilligan. Checking in via YouTube. Hello, Steve and fellow listeners. 62 degrees, driving in the moonlight at the Speedway in Martinsville, Virginia. There you go. Keep it shiny side up. Big Art is on board. Hello, Art. He said, why is this the only place talking about the possibility of a railroad strike? Yeah, I don't think we're the only place. We've actually been talking about it, I guess, maybe a bit longer. I think many of the mainstream outlets, especially as of yesterday, really began to get on board. I did a quick Google search, and railroad strike is what I typed in. And I hear headlines all over the place. Washington Post, freight rail strike threatens supply chains, prompting White House planning. From the Financial Times, U.S. businesses warn of economic disaster over railroad strike threat. That was just posted less than an hour ago. CNN, railroad strike and the economic damage it would cause looms closer. From the Politico, Republicans scramble for leverage as Biden seeks to avert a rail strike. From The Hill there in Washington, D.C., how a railroad strike could send food prices soaring. So, yeah, the list goes on and on. Yeah, because the Friday deadline, we got Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. It's almost here, right? Hello to Philip this morning. A couple of others checking in while we're talking food. Waffle House, ham and cheese omelets, double order of hash browns, and chili. Dumped over all of it. That's my Waffle House go-to. Cannot forget the raisin toast with apple butter. All right. Hello to Joe. Morning, 61 degrees in Knoxville, Tennessee. Let's go, Brandon. Double truckers on board. Hello, Steve and the gang. Chilly, 55 degrees here in Lodi. Hooked up and ready to head back to Western New York. Setting for an extended 30-minute break at the truck stop because my ELD tripped me off personal conveyance while I was going to fuel. Okay, gotta love those ELDs. Hello to Heatwave from Barstow, California tonight. Partly cloudy, 77 degrees. Let me see. Gerald, what do you got here? Could you imagine the hours of service you can throw the logbook out the window? Yeah, the price of freight. Yeah. All right. Hello to Mr. Q. All right, joining us. Good to have you on board. Good morning. Circle City Ghost Rider here. There's a new name. 63 degrees in the central Indiana region this morning. Yeah, my take on this whole inflation deal is until they get diesel prices under control, we're not going to see any relief with the inflation numbers. I mean, you drop gas to $1 a gallon, yeah, that's not really going to matter. Diesel fuel is the lifeblood of this nation. Anyway, just wanted to throw my 2 cents worth in. Just found your show the other night. Really enjoyed it. Going back to copying the mail, blessings your way, brother. Well, thank you very much. Ghost Rider, good to have you on board. Buckeye Boy, there, he's on board with that as well. I love making an omelet with cheese, bacon, or sausage, taking some heated up chili, pour it over the top with your choice of bread. Now, that's good food. First time I had that, I was doing a run to New Orleans with a helper who was from there, and he took me to a breakfast place that actually served it that way. All right, good deal. Daniel says, you know that Keystone Pipeline, yeah, if we had that in place, it wouldn't much matter if we had a railroad strike. We could still move that crude oil. Yeah, well, as far as crude, yeah, you're 100% correct there, but we were talking last evening. Yeah, people don't realize just how much those rail lines move. The grain, I mean, the food supply issues. Yeah, there's a lot of refrigerated rail that runs, I guess, a lot of our fruits and vegetables, things of that nature. Think about the gravel, the cement, Big Moose mentioned, and chlorine. How about your water treatment facilities all over the country that need the chlorine? You know, all these things would come into play. For the Circle City Ghost Rider, speaking of diesel prices, we got the latest from the Energy Information Administration this past day. Diesel prices are lower for the second consecutive week. There are now 4 regions in the country where the price has dropped below $5 per gallon. But the national average is still over $5 a gallon. Down about a nickel this past week. National average down to $5.03 per gallon from $5.08 last week. Lowest average price in the country is the Gulf Coast region, where prices there have dropped to $4.76 per gallon. So I mentioned a couple regions. Let's see. The East Coast is averaging $4.94. So you are, again, first time down below the $5 average. Got the lower Atlantic region at $4.86 per gallon. I mentioned the Gulf Coast at $4.76. One other region is the Rocky Mountain region, just under the $5 mark at $4.96 per gallon. Yeah, still over $6 per gallon in California. Average price at $6.16. It's still $5.65 along the West Coast as a whole. Yeah, if you take California out of the picture, along the West Coast, still at $5.21 per gallon. Get to some of our other industry headlines coming up here. First, back to our calls at 844-844-3388. Steak sauce.
Hello.
57. Heinz 57. Yes.
There you go. People I respect. You know. Hey, now, blind man gave me a call the other morning, and he tells me that the FBI showed up at a woman's house and was questioning her. Say they had gotten a anonymous phone call saying that she had been at the Capitol on the 6th. And I said, well, I mean, did they have a warrant or anything at all? I mean, that don't make sense. And I said, he sort of backed off. He says, well, it was in the news. Well,
I went ahead and went through, and I had Tucker Carlson had the story, and yes, woman was in her bed sleeping, and all of a sudden, knock on the door. Her daughter answers the door. She's a very beautiful young woman, by the way, but her daughter answers the door. She comes up and said, "There's 3 FBI down there." And in the story, kept saying that three men with guns. I imagine the FBI carries them anyway, but she had to come down there, and they were telling her it was an anonymous phone call that she had been at there on the 6th into the Capitol. Well, she said she's never been to D.C. Finally, she said, "Come on in the house," and then she was digging up records. I guess her husband comes home. He finds records that proves where she was at, nowhere near the Capitol. And this thing with who getting stopped and his phone being taken from him.
Yeah.
Which is you ever hear?
He's at a damn, what was it, a Hardee's drive-through? I think Hardee's drive. So in the FBI's watching him. They're following him.
Exactly. I shared on the Steve Summers fan page. Dan Bongino, and he was saying that these texts are tracking our phone conversations. So there's so many ways that I've been telling guys for years. They'll get on there and they'll blow off some steam. I say, you know what? The government officially can't listen to what you have to say, but the phone company isn't under those same restrictions. They can listen to anything you have to say. You got the keywords, and we've already experienced that. And then all of a sudden they can move in and listen to everything. According to Dan Bongino, they can, through that phone, bring up that information, go through all your information. I guess your pictures, everything on that phone. Remember, they have your passwords logged in. But the FBI is being used, and and this isn't the guys in D.C. now. This is the lower guys. These are the troops on the field, and surely they got to know they're being used for this stuff. Or do they not listen? Are they not paying attention? It just I wouldn't want to be a part of this mess. I mean, I don't know how any closer you can get to being brown shirts than what we've got right now. Obviously, they let her be, but here's the point though. Anonymous. There should not be an anonymous phone call of somebody, quote, committing a crime. Says, first off, if you're going to accuse somebody in this country, you have a right to face your accuser.
Yep.
And we need to get back to what our Constitution and what the Bill of Rights give us. I mean, it's just absolutely absurd. And, I'm being very careful when I say it. That's part of I decided to go back to the handle that I've had for 44 years, because that's twice now I've been hit in using that handle. I'm thinking, well, maybe my handle every time I say it or it comes up, maybe that's a keyword. So I said, heck with that handle. But, old Mike here got his phone taken from him, which is on YouTube, getting blocked he's advertising on the damn thing or advertising on the program, so go figure, if you use that name and you get blocked. So what the heck? The insanity of it all, they'll block it unless it comes down to them making some money, I reckon. But, they are, I'm going to tell this, I've heard nothing but Biden and all of them. They're all calling us, domestic terrorists. We're worse than the 9/11 attackers. We're worse than the 9/11 attackers is what they're saying. You know what? They're right. because we're a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. Not from the government to the people, but the people to the government. And that's who the megas are right now. We've lost our way, and they've got away with it. They've become a government to the people. And we are terrorists to them because we're calling them out for their evil, for their control, and taking our freedoms away. And they are terrified, from the head of the FBI, the Unjustice Department head, the president, vice president. She's just interesting to watch because I call her Giggles. You know, who knows?
That's all she does.
Yeah, all of them are. We're calling them out on and if this election happens, and God forbid Mitch McConnell is still in charge, you know, we're still in trouble. But if they come on and some of them are saying, you know, we're going to, you know, get your paper ready, Fauci must think that things are going to flip because he's leaving, you know, he's retiring, you know, and they've already said, don't worry about you retiring, you know, we're still can come after.
Oh, yeah.
So to the evil ones, we're a terrorist. But for the rest of us, if the megas, the conservative people, actually get this done, then even they will have their rights protected. They'll be able to speak their mind. They'll be able to do what they've got to do, you know, and try to sway the country in their way. But if they win, then they're going to shut us up. They're shutting us up. They're shutting off half the country. So that right there is just the form of a dictator that we don't need in this country. And but I guess if we're going to be part of that one world order, you know, and then all the countries are going to turn against Israel, as Bible prophecy, then I guess if God's saying it's time, guys, you know, y'all played games, and now it's time that it's going to happen, it's going to happen.
Yep.
But as long as we've got the vote, and as long as we got Steve Sommers overnight drive where we can actually say something, because I said last night, we've been talking about this railroad strike for how long? I mean, and yeah, all I seen on this night before last when I made that comment, all they were still talking about masks, when to wear a mask, not to wear a mask, shots for the kids, and they're still saying the same doggone thing they've said all year long. Other than that, local crime and whatever.
Yep.
But on the Steve Sommers overnight drive, buddy, we're seeing this stuff. You know, we're sitting back and watching it come at us.
We were talking about the railroad strike before the president ever implemented the cooling off period, which was, first of all, the 30 days where they set them down with the arbiter, and then an additional 30 days where they cannot strike, which that's what's expiring this Friday. We've been talking about it for months. But a quick timeout. Back into...
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, the story 5-7 was talking about. Her name is Lisa Gallagher. And she is, admittedly, a supporter of Donald Trump. She has voiced her support on social media. And she had a Trump lawn flag. What's wrong with that? Tucker Carlson interviewed her the other night. And she described to him how it unfolded. And as Chevy guy, or 5'7", sorry, I said, she said, I was terrified. I'll be honest, when my daughter woke me up telling me there's 3 armed FBI officers at the door, I thought she was joking. Tried to throw some clothes on. I called my husband. I was crying. My knees were shaking. Even though I knew I haven't done anything wrong. But after seeing Biden's speech the night before, I thought, oh my God, this is political. Now, she said, I was frightened, and I'm thinking, are they going to take me out of here in handcuffs? Am I not coming home? I went outside and I said, gentlemen, you're scaring me. And they proceeded to tell me they were given an anonymous tip that I was at the Capitol on January the 6th. Now, what the hell would that matter? That doesn't mean she was in the Capitol. There were thousands of people there that never, ever entered the Capitol. Is it a crime to be in Washington, D.C.? Now, Carlson said the FBI knew it couldn't be true because they've got facial recognition software and they don't have any evidence. But she said, nevertheless, I invited him into my home so I could look at my phone and my calendar. After the fact, I actually called the FBI office in Newark to make sure that it was really FBI agents at my home. Turns out it was. And they said it was an anonymous tip, that's all they would tell me. Now, prior to his interview with her, Carlson said that she and her husband showed the agents her daily calendars for January of 21. Finally convinced the agents she wasn't there that day. Now, imagine armed agents showing up your house because you supported Trump on Facebook? And they demand records of where you were on a day 2 years ago? I mean, the point, and this is the theme in every authoritarian regime, was they're using government agents to intimidate enemies of the regime on the basis of an anonymous tip. I mean, this is Soviet Union kind of stuff. And that's the same thing that's happening to other supporters of Trump. Now, what did the FBI have to say? The FBI Newark Division's Public Affairs Office offered the following statement. As a matter of long-standing policy, we do not confirm or deny the existence of an investigation, nor do we release information pertaining to interviews. While we cannot comment on specific matters, the FBI routinely contacts individuals, including witnesses, victims, and others, to follow up on tips and gather information about potential threats or criminal activity. We always appreciate the public's cooperation. We do not release information about these interactions in order to protect their privacy. But what the hell? No wonder the survey last week indicated more than 50% of the population believe the FBI is being used as the damn Gestapo for Biden. If that's not a Gestapo tactic that just occurred with this woman, I don't know what is. And I guess that's a prime example about all this discussion about red flag laws. Same kind of problems can arise. Red flag laws. Someone doesn't like you, you've got a Trump flag in your yard. They can make an anonymous tip. Next thing you know, you got armed agents in your home looking to potentially take the guns from your home. This is nuts. This is not supposed to be what happens in the United States of America. That's what happens in the USSR. We get a news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
What would the Inflation Reduction Act do to reduce inflation? That's the question asked by a reporter to White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre on Tuesday. She appeared to flounder.
Experts, economists have said themselves that this would
The exchange came the same day the U.S. announced an uptick in inflation to 8.3%, according to the Consumer Price Index. Mike Lindell, the CEO of MyPillow and an ally of former President Donald Trump, said Tuesday his cell phone had been seized by the FBI. Lindell said the seizure took place at a Hardee's drive-thru while he drove back to his home in Mankato, Minnesota. And Queen Elizabeth's coffin has arrived at Buckingham Palace. This is USA Radio News.
Water. It's essential to life, but it's also something that so many of us here in America take for granted. Imagine how different your life would be without access to clean water in your home. What if you had to walk to the nearest creek, stream, lake, or pond to get water? Suddenly, going to work and school wouldn't be an option because you and your children would have to spend your days collecting water. This is the day-to-day reality of most families living in the world's poorest countries. But what if I told you that you can change that reality for just pennies a day? Through our water projects, Food for the Poor is working to meet the need for water in 17 impoverished countries. But it won't happen without you. Incredibly, it only takes $15 to provide a child access to clean water for life. $15, decades and decades of access to water for a child. Give the life-changing gift of water now. Just text USA Radio to 91999. Text USA Radio, all one word, to 91999.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping? You meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesmaned the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, I did share that story, the Lisa Gallagher story with Tucker Carlson. If you want to check out that interview, shared that on my Facebook page here during the breaks. Under the caption, "Is this the USA or the USSR?" Makes you kind of wonder. Meanwhile, back to the phones. Steve, how have we been?
Hey, I'm pretty good, Steve. How you doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Yep, hanging in there, buddy. Did you see the Destruction for America party today at the White House yesterday?
What'd you call it? Destruction of America party? Yeah, with James Taylor. I've seen fire and I've seen rain. Yeah, it's Biden in his party hat with his Marxist cronies. Steve, all these people do is lie, man. I mean, that press secretary he's got, not one word that comes out of her mouth is anything but a lie. It's just absolutely insane. I can't even listen to that woman after one sentence. Her, Harris, Biden. I mean, it's just unbelievable how they are destroying this nation. And it's happening quickly. Forget about the rail strike. Yep.
They're talking about all these prices going down and down and down. Steve, what has gone down? I mean, you go into the grocery store, I mean, even just two people, where you used to spend about $60, $70. Now it's, 150, 175. So I think that's the biggest, fuel might be going down, but that's not a good sign, because when the fuel goes down, usually other things are going down.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the opposite of what's happening. The fuel has gone down a little bit, the price of oil and so forth, and gasoline's gone down a little bit. But the food and everything else is still skyrocketing. It's just insane what's going on, what this guy's doing. And they just keep spending and spending and spending. It's just absolutely insanity. It really is.
So how long does it take for the impacts of the Inflation Reduction Act, which we know is not going to reduce inflation, how long does it take for that to kind of make its way in to be seen in the inflation numbers? Because that's another, what was it, $800 billion, almost another $1 trillion in spending.
Yes, sir. You're exactly right. And that money hasn't been spent. You know, they're still giving more money away for COVID-19 to subsidize Obamacare. I mean, this is see, they're trying to create a welfare system, Steve. They don't want anybody to work. They want everybody to stay home and just, you know, suck off the government. That's what this agenda is all about.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Steve, let me ask you a question. What is the one possession that we own as Americans that gives us the ultimate freedom in this country, where you feel absolutely free when you use this possession? What is that?
Is it your right to bear arms?
Steve, I would say an automobile.
Okay.
When you get in your car and you drive, you know, you're on the open road, wherever you're going, you know, Yellowstone or Florida or wherever, traveling down to Georgia. Steve, that is the ultimate freedom as an American, to get in your automobile and be able to go anywhere you want in this country. Does that sound correct?
That's a valid point. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So that is the one thing that they are trying to take away from us in the next, 5, 10, 15 years. And like Big Moose always says, I've lived a good life, Steve, and this is the last lap around the pole. And if it happens tomorrow where they're kicking dirt on my face, I'm not going to care, because I really hope I don't see this. And I'm sure there's a lot of people that feel the same way, to watch what your grandkids are going to go through, in 20 years with this crap that they're trying to push with these electric vehicles. It's not going to work. And this has got nothing to do with the environment, Steve. I sent you a lengthy article on what's going to happen with these mines they're trying to open up in Nevada. They've got them in Africa. They've got them in South America. These mines do more damage to the environment. I'm sure you've read many articles about it.
Yeah.
They do more damage to the environment. They suck up all the rivers. They suck up the lakes. They use slave labor. I mean, in the Congo, there's 6-year-olds that are working in these mines. It's slave labor. They're trying to open one up in Nevada, in the northern section. That's your pass, I believe it is. And, it's basically Indian burial ground, sacred to the tribes up there. And they're fighting like hell to try and save their land, but I don't know if it's going to happen. And Tesla's trying to open up a big mine, to make their own batteries here. So it's cost effective. But Steve, it does so much damage to the environment to mine these batteries and mine these minerals that go into them. It's just not sustainable for the environment. It does more harm than pumping crude oil through a pipeline. Now, to me, that's clean energy. And you got to look at the automobile from the 1970s, the diesel tractor trailers from the 1970s, compared to now, 50 years later, we're about 99% emission free, even in these tractor trailers now with these new BESS systems.
Yes.
So this is all a crock of crap. This is about taking away another one of our freedoms, Steve. And that's the freedom to be able to roam this country as we want to roam it, however we want to roam it, whether it's on a horse or a damn automobile. That's what this whole thing is about. This has got nothing to do with climate. Nothing at all. And as far as what one of the callers was talking about, how they listen to phone calls, because I thought they were listening to my calls, because certain things would pop up in my emails that when I would talk at the dinner table with my wife, all of a sudden, within a few hours, I was getting emails about the things that we were talking about. And I talked to my son, who's a computer programmer and a coder. He told me from what Google does is there's certain words that they pick up on your phone conversations, whether it's texting or talking on the phone. And that's how these algorithms work. They just pick up certain keywords, whether you're talking Trump, they'll pick that up. Whether you're talking about a boat, you'll get emails about a boat. So that's how that thing works. It's that's how they're tracking us for advertising, sales, stuff like that.
Marketing.
But yes, sir, that's what it's all about. But Steve, there's just so many things going on. You know, how about Lindsey Graham yesterday, Steve? This is one guy I want to bring up. What is wrong with this guy? You know, does he have nothing better to talk about than abortion? The border is wide open. People are starving. The prices are going through the roof. And he's going to try to put out a bill to restrict abortion after 15 weeks. All he's doing is giving Democrats a talking point for the midterms.
Yep. I mean, right. I mean, that's why the Supreme Court just sent it back to the states, for the states to decide, for the people in individual states. You vote on it. You decide what you want in your state. It's asinine what he proposed yesterday.
Steve, why would he do that? I mean, seriously, I cannot figure it out. I mean, is this guy a moron or what? I mean, there's better things he could put into legislation. Not that they're going to pass, because they won't, because Biden's going to sign it. So that bill that he's proposing, that legislation, it's never going to pass. It doesn't make any sense that he would ramp up the Democrats to get them talking about this. Oh, yeah, the Republicans they want to restrict abortion. That's what they want to do.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just crazy that he would do that. Even Mitch McConnell said it, which, you know, he's another reprobate. But he even called out Lindsey Graham yesterday and said, what the hell is he doing? I just don't understand why he would do that, Steve. I really don't. I mean, he would have been better off talking about the border, classrooms, CRT, anything that would help us. But that just hurts, you know, it really does, especially before an election. But I don't know. Things are just crazy. I just hope we can get Brian Kemp back in there and get rid of that Stacey Abrams for good and get rid of that Warnock character. That guy is news. He really is bad news. And I know they're smearing him. I see the commercials down here in Georgia every day, 3-4 times a day. But I think the Republicans are supposed to pump in a bunch of money come October, right before the election, and that last 30 days to help them out. I mean, right now it's neck and neck. I mean, I gave the guy $10. You know, I mean,
I did see that Warnock and Walker, they have slated a debate coming up on October 13th, I think it is. So that'll be an opportunity for people to get a true if they'll tune in and listen.
Yes, sir. You know, the biggest problem about Georgia, Steve, I mean, I live in the southernmost part. I mean, I could throw a rock across the river to Florida if I had my baseball arm like I did back when I was 18. But down here, man, I'll tell you, Georgia is mostly a red state. Everywhere you go, I talk to people all the time, Steve, nurses, doctors, cashiers, Walmart workers. We're all fed up. Everyone's fed up. The problem with Georgia, you know, that is the problem. The main problem in Georgia is Atlanta, and you know, hopefully, you know, well, I'm not going to say it, Steve, because I don't want to get you. I don't want you to get you banned again.
Thank you.
But you know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
You know, Atlanta's a big problem. Those people, they're just asleep. But you know, I think Herschel Walker would be great for Georgia. I know Brian Kemp is a hell of a lot better than Abrams is. I just hope you know, we can get those two across the finish line. Because, like I said, Georgia's a pretty red state. There's a lot of good people that live down here. There really is. I mean, they're hardworking, patriotic Americans, and I love it down here. You know, it's a really, really friendly place to live. So, all right, buddy. Oh, one other thing, Steve. Did you see that one article about that teacher? I think it was in New York that's trying to teach her kids not how to throw bricks, but to throw bricks at certain people.
You know, I think you sent that to me, didn't you? I don't think I've
yes, I did.
Now, but yeah, I've got it here.
It's just every day, Steve. You can't make this stuff up, buddy. So, all right, well, you have a good rest of the week. Enjoy your weekend. Did you close your pool yet?
No, ain't nobody been in it. I'm just running the pump and putting chemicals in. I gotta get the cover on.
Gotcha. No more warm weather up there, huh? For
Nah, we're done. It's done.
Okay.
These overnight lows
All
dropping
right,
down to 60 degrees. Your water temperature drops like a brick. Scooter, I got your emails. Scooter says, Steve, I don't know what's going on, but on I-75 South in Ohio, there are fire apparatus and SUVs sitting on the county road overpasses, parked directly over the southbound lanes from Bowling Green, Ohio to the 175-mile marker. The trucks and equipment don't have their emergency lights on, just their parking lights. Yeah, now I'm seeing other vehicles doing the same thing, with people kind of standing at the edge of the overpasses, looking to the north over the southbound lanes as I approach Findlay, Ohio. So, interesting. Anybody know what are they looking for? Obviously, maybe looking for a vehicle. Is there maybe some big oversized load going to be rolling through or something? I have no idea. If anybody has any info, feel free to dial us up at 844-844-3388. I think Captain Kirk, I'm going to jump you up on the line here because you got an accident report somewhere down the line. What you got for us?
Hey, I-40 eastbound here in Tennessee, out around the Jackson area, about the 78, 79-mile marker. They had a whole bunch of police cars, ambulance, etc., on the right shoulder with what looked like more on the way. So while both lanes were open, it was a little kind of confusing up there because it was construction zone. So the way they had it open for a minute there, I thought everything was shut down. But you can get by, but there's quite a bit up there, and it looked like there was more heading in that direction. So what's going on down there, I have no idea. And then just a little past that, up around the 80 to 85-mile marker, they're doing road paving and everything's closed down to one lane. So it's an interesting night here in Tennessee.
All right. So, yeah, we got questions. Questions in Tennessee, questions in Ohio. What's going on?
Yeah, that's a good question. And when you were describing that up there, the first thing that thought is it some kind of a procession, like a funeral type procession? But usually that's in the daytime.
Not at 2 o'clock in the morning.
I have no clue.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that seems like a weird time of the day or night to be doing it. But yeah, I have no clue. So yeah, I'd love to know if anybody has any idea on that one.
And oversized loads, they don't run at night either, do they?
Sometimes the super loads do, but those are usually the real specialty ones.
Okay.
But they normally don't put like the super loads on the interstates like that, depending on what it is. A lot of times they do more back roads and things of that nature, but usually if it was going to be a super load or something that was that unusual, where they were going to run on the interstate overnight, you probably would have been hearing about it on all kinds of local news and regional news. So I don't think it's that, but I could be wrong.
Okay.
Well, that's all I got for you, Steve. Thank you much.
Thank you. Good to have you on board. Captain Kirk will be back in 2.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, rolling toward top of the hour where we'll get a news update. And see, Pappy's on board. We'll get to Eagle coming up here, and lines available for you if you want to jump on at 844-844-3388. Let me share this email from Dave, a.k.a. the Traveling Preacher. That's pretty cool. It says, good morning, Steve. I cannot believe how fast this year has flown by. Hope all is well with you and yours. I just wanted to touch base. Asked if you've seen Monkey Gouger's TikTok videos, which, yes, indeed I have. He said, I ran across them yesterday, and I was genuinely enamored by them. I guess I didn't realize Monkey Gouger was an amputee. Well, my son, Melvin, lost his left hand and part of his forearm in a motorcycle accident back in 2009. I showed him those videos, and he was really interested in trying one of those portalever devices that Monkey Gouger was promoting. He reached out via email, and he got a message from Big Moose to give him a call. Well, after a few minutes of discussion and after taking a few measurements of his existing hand, Big Moose promised to have his new prosthetic attachment in the mail this week. We are super excited to see just how much Mel will be able to do with this new attachment. So a huge thank you to Monkey Gouger and Big Moose. These guys are the genuine article. Such wonderful people willing to go out of their way and take time out of their busy lives to help someone they don't even know. This also speaks volumes for you, your show, and your loyal listeners. You know, good people tend to flock together, and you, sir, have a band of the best around you. Thanks for all you do. Everybody stay safe, and God bless. All right, well, thank you to the Traveling Preacher. And, yeah, I mean, that's the way Monkey Gouger had kind of described, able to do things now that to date had never been able to do. Kind of a life-changing thing. All right. Obviously, we'll be expecting a follow-up on how that works out for you. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Holiday sales are expected to increase slightly this year to a whopping $1.45 trillion, according to a new analysis. Recently, Deloitte released its holiday sales projection, and it sees up to 6% growth in 2022. However, railroads and unions have until Friday to resolve a labor dispute that risks a crippling shutdown of the nation's freight rail network, which could wreak havoc on the U.S. economy. Politicians and conservatives criticized President Joe Biden on Tuesday after he announced he was celebrating the signing of the Inflation Reduction Act as August inflation remained uncomfortably high. Senator John Thune.
This is an example, again, of just the complete split screen you see in this country between the White House, celebrating and the American people dealing with the reality.
Escalation continues overseas between Armenia and Azerbaijan.
Armenia said on Tuesday that at least 49 of its soldiers have been killed in clashes along the border with Azerbaijan after a sharp escalation in hostilities, which prompted Russia and the United States to call for restraint. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
The judges and commissioners of 4 more Texas counties have declared an invasion at the southern border, bringing to 22 the number of counties that have done so. The Center Square reports Jasper, Madison, Throckmorton, and Wichita counties are the latest to declare an invasion. They've signed resolutions and expressed support for Governor Greg Abbott to declare an invasion. And on Tuesday, the Missouri Supreme Court refused to hear an appeal of a ruling upholding the Secretary of State's process for putting a recreational marijuana legalization measure on the November ballot. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
The midterm elections are less than 2 months away, and Republicans are hoping for a red wave come November.
With the midterm elections drawing near, Republicans are in their final sprint of campaigning in the hopes of potentially retaking political control of Congress. But there are some concerns that a possible red wave could weaken to more of a ripple. Speaking on Fox Business, Republican Congressman Chris Stewart of Utah weighs in with his thoughts about how the GOP will fare come November.
As a sidebar for the media to create this narrative that there's no hope and there's this blue wave rising, I think that's absurd. And I think the data bears that out. We're going to take the House. I'm confident of that.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Unionized educators in Seattle voted on Tuesday to suspend their week-long strike, which delayed the start of the academic year. This came after reaching a tentative agreement with Seattle Public Schools. The Seattle Education Association, which represents about 6,000 employees, said 57% of its voters approved the strike suspension. Rhode Island Governor Dan McKee is projected to move one step closer to winning his first full term in the governor's mansion. And on Tuesday, the U.S. House approved a resolution honoring Queen Elizabeth II, who died on Thursday at the age of 96. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251.
Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Simply symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, Eskimo Mom sends me an email, a link to a story that could be about what's going on along I-75 there. Story this past day, it's known as the Flag City Honor Flight. The Findlay-based hub of National Honor Flight Network brought 83 area veterans and their guardians to Washington, D.C. this past day, Tuesday, to visit the war memorials built in their honor. It's the Flag City Honor Flight's second flight of the 22 flight season. The veterans making the trip served the country across several eras. 5 World War II era veterans, 48 Korean War era veterans, and 30 Vietnam era veterans. 2 of the veterans making the trip were women. So I guess earlier yesterday, they departed for Eugene F. Franz Toledo Express Airport from various locations. Some veterans and guardians receiving an escort from the Hancock County Sheriff's Office, Wood County Sheriff's Office, Lucas County Sheriff's Office, and Legion Riders. After breakfast at the air hangar, they departed via charter jet. 8 o'clock yesterday morning. Then I guess they got to D.C. About 9:30 in the morning, and the veterans and the guardians traveled by bus to the World War II, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, and Air Force memorials. They also observed the changing of the guard at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier at Arlington National Cemetery. Now, the return flight was slated to, the Grand Air Hangar at about 9:30 this past evening, where there was a welcome home ceremony with family members and friends, followed by mail call. So maybe there is some sort of a procession or something, maybe headed back after that. That's a distinct possibility. Thank you, Eskimo Mom. That would make sense. Perfect sense. Hey, back to the phones we go. And Pappy hanging in there this hump day morning. Pappy, what's going on?
What's the word, Steve? What is happening?
Hadn't heard from you in a couple of days. I was wondering if you was all right, because Moose said you just been busy.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time on the phone the other night. Didn't get to hear you too much, but yeah, it's been a little busy at work. But hey, man, glad to hear caller Steve called in, man. He made some great points. Steve, there ain't nothing. He's totally correct, man. There's nothing better than just getting in your car and taking a ride, you know? I don't know how often you do it. I kind of do it every night when I'm working. Just get in the car, drive around, man. You know, there's something about it. Cruising, man. You know, when we was in high school, man, we jump in the car and just go cruising.
Go cruising,
you know?
Yeah.
You know, but Steve, I want to touch on Biden's speech in Pennsylvania. Full steam ahead, Steve. You know, he declared all MAGA supporters, Republicans, you know, terrorists. And make no mistake, they were going to go after him. And your little story there, where the FBI knocking on the door.
How about that? I mean, an anonymous tip. Now, that's good. You've mentioned on more than one occasion, that's the kind of things, the kind of problems that could arise out of those red flag laws, right?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. What about all these people getting swatted too, Steve? You know, that's a serious thing, and there's been a lot of people getting swatted. Steve, I don't know if you heard over the weekend, FBI served 3540 search warrants including Michael Lindell,
Mm-hmm.
the pillow guy, right?
Yep.
Took his phone, going after mega supporters. A lot of these search warrants that were served were on close people tied to Trump, right? The bat signal was put up, Steve, and they're enforcing it. We've talked about this for how long now, that the FBI, Department of Justice is, it's a political hit job now. They've been weaponized, man. They're going after everybody, including a housewife, that they got a anonymous tip on.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine that.
Yeah, and the anonymous tipper, I mean, they had to have alluded to her having been in the Capitol on January the 6th, because there's nothing illegal about having attended a rally or marching down
Right.
to be outside the Capitol. That was all perfectly legal.
Steve, I mean, you hit the nail on the head with these red flag laws. You make one phone call, right? Somebody's not happy with you. They make a phone call. Hey, next thing you know, you got the FBI or the local popo knocking on your door.
Well, in her case, it was support via Facebook. She said she had posted support of Trump on Facebook, and she had a Make America Great Again or a Trump flag out under the front yard.
So she's considered a threat to the United States.
Yes, sir.
You touched on this briefly the other night with the credit card companies now. If you purchase a firearm, they are going to forward that information either to the ATF or the FBI. So that's their way of creating a list of all the gun owners in this country. So,
in the story I shared last evening, said that ultimately these credit card, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, that are all on board, that they're going to have the ability to make the call to authorize or allow the transaction to take place if you try to purchase a gun using their cards.
Steve, we talked about this months ago, Steve.
They're going to determine what you can and cannot buy.
Yes, sir. If you're going to get credit, if you're not going to get credit, here's
Yep.
another thing you need to look out for, Steve, is this digital currency. Federal government wants to try to do away with cash and go to a digital currency, and if they do that, this country's done. They will determine where you can spend your money. Just like that, that's a perfect example with the Visa card saying you go into a gun store and try to purchase a firearm, they're going to decline it. They're not going to let that transaction go through. And if we go to this digital currency, everything you purchase, the government's going to know, and they're going to be able to stop you from making certain purchases. It's another way to control everybody. And I saw a clip, Steve, I know I mentioned this months and months ago. They're talking about inserting these chips, right? And you're like forearm or whatever. So when you just go to the gas station, right, and pump some gas, you just stick your arm out, they scan it, and takes it off your digital currency account. And you will get that chip, Steve, or you're not going to have an account. And you say, well, how they can't force you to do. They can't? Okay, well, you don't get the chip. Just like you don't take something else, you're going to be fired. You're going to have no money. You're not going to be able to jump on a plane. You're not going to be able to jump on a car to go anywhere, because when you go to swipe gas, you won't be able to do it.
Yeah, 2020 and 2021 was, I think maybe, was that a trial run to see how that would work?
That's a pretty good guess, Steve.
Yeah.
This is just a lot of things that they are testing the waters with to really come out and hit us hard, Man, you know me, Steve. I've been saying the way to fight back is get out with a pen, and we got to vote. But man, Steve, this is a long haul we're in here for. I'm going to tell you right now, if we take the House, which I think we probably will, the Senate's going to be in question. I'm not sure, about the Senate here. The Senate's the big one here coming up. We need to keep an eye on
if Warnock wins in Georgia, if Rubio loses, which they're neck to neck in Florida. I mean, there's two seats right there.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, Steve, we're in for a long battle here. Even if we take the House and the Senate, Biden can just veto anything that comes through. So, I mean, we take the House and the Senate.
Yep.
We just can't think, problem solved. The hard problems are going away.
Now, he's already said if we take the House, for the next 2 years, he's just going to pretty much be wielding the veto pen.
Yeah. And it's going to be mass chaos between now and November, and then between November and 2024. And, God forbid if we can't get D.C. straightened out and drain the swamp, what we're going to be in for. So we're in for a long haul. This ain't going to be just a couple year thing here. It's going to take several years to turn this around, what they are doing. And I think the American people are waking up and realize what's going on here and what these people they tell us what they're going to do, Steve. They come right out and tell us, and then they do it. So, all right, my man, that's all I got to say. I'll be back at work. Back at work tomorrow.
All right. Well, have a great night. Thank you for chiming in. And there you go. All right, back at it here into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, where will they take interest rates next week. I guess with yesterday's news, they're saying it now looks more and more like probably going to be a full 1% interest rate hike. Now, looking at the story here. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and times are arguably increasingly desperate. The persistence of high inflation may very well force the Federal Reserve to resort to the biggest increase in a key U.S. interest rate in more than 40 years. After another dismal inflation report, economists at the brokerage Namaru Securities this past day became the first on Wall Street to predict a full percentage point increase in the short-term rate. We continue to believe markets underappreciate just how entrenched inflation has become and the magnitude of response that will likely be required from the Fed to dislodge it, according to the report to clients. The last time the Fed made such a drastic move was in the early 1980s, which was another period of sky-high inflation. Each of the last two meetings, the Monetary Policy Setting Federal Open Market Committee raised the rate by 0.75 point. Now, in August, the Consumer Price Index rose a scant 0.1%, largely because of another big drop in energy prices. The annual pace of inflation slowed a bit to 8.3% from 8.5%, but that was virtually all the good news. The cost of almost everything rose last month. Food, rent, clothes, furniture, cars, medical care, and so on. The result, another price measure viewed by the Fed as a better indicator of future inflation trends, rose sharply in August, hit the highest yearly rate in 5 months' time. What they call the so-called core rate of consumer inflation climbed to a yearly pace of 6.3% in August, up from 5.9% in July, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. The backup in the core rate is a call to bolder action, according to Nomura. We believe it is increasingly clear that a more aggressive path of interest rate hikes will be needed to combat the increasingly entrenched inflation stemming from an overheated labor market, unsustainably strong wage growth, and higher inflation expectations. Full point. So I guess that right there, those sort of comments from economists is what prompts the likes of what the stock market did. What they're doing right now is they're building in the expectation of a full point hike. How much additional losses might we see today or between now and the Fed ultimately making that decision? Hey, time will tell. Eagle, what you got happening this Wednesday morning?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, lay it on us. What's happening?
Okay, yeah, Steve. Yeah, I'm going to talk about some NASCAR racing. But first of all, I wanted to say, yeah, I made my way into Illinois today up in Chicago. And I can't believe it. I actually got through there without hitting no traffic and got the hell out of there and made my way back out, headed back south again. That's a good thing. I'm headed back down to Texas right now. But remember what I told you a couple of weeks ago, Steve. As much as I love Texas, I really like what I seen when I was down in Florida a couple of weeks ago. I might be relocating to Florida and maybe first of the year. I'm not sure, but Texas is starting to become a place that's not a good place to be right now, Steve. it's starting to remind me of California more and more. You already know how I feel about California. So I don't like what I'm seeing in the state of Texas right now, and doesn't look like nothing is going to be done about it. So it looks like I may have to relocate to a place that's actually run, and they actually have a governor who actually cares about the people that live there, and hopefully he ends up in the White House when it's all said and done. But like I say, I don't like the direction that Texas is going right now. Now, let me say this, Steve. I want to talk about NASCAR. I want to talk about Kyle Busch for a few minutes. Kyle Busch, this guy here is probably the best driver in NASCAR over the past decade, over 10 to 20, 15 years. This guy has won in every form of racing, trucks, Infinity racing, and the top level of NASCAR. This guy has over 60 to 70 victories in his career, and he still has a lot more time in his career. A lot of people don't like his personality, but hey, they didn't like Dale Earnhardt Sr. either, and all he did was win races and championships, and that's what it's all about when it's all said and done. As far as I'm concerned, who cares if you like him or not? He's winning races. He's not running in the back of the pack. So okay, so it's official now. Kyle Busch has moved on from Joe Gibbs Racing into Richard Childress Racing cars, which is basically Rick Hendrick Motorsports, like a B-level team, but they still get their motors from Hendrick Motorsports. So this guy here is stepping into a good organization, and it's a good thing. I'm happy that he's back in a Chevrolet to begin with, because like I say, I wasn't happy when he joined Toyota to begin with. So he's back in a championship team, and he's already getting in a proven car that another man has won in this car in this year, Tyler Reddick. Okay, now this guy Kyle Busch, he has already, he did everything he could to stay with Joe Gibbs Racing, and Joe Gibbs basically turned his back on him so he could replace him with his grandson, as far as I'm concerned, which is Ty Gibbs. He stabbed Busch in the back and didn't try to re-sign his contract, so Busch had to move on. So he'll regret that when it's all said and done. But you had to figure that he was going to pick his grandson over Kyle Busch to begin with when it came to who was going to drive that car for next year. But Kyle Busch still ended up in a good place, and hopefully he'll continue to win races. Now that he's in the Chevrolet, hopefully he'll continue with it. And he might win the Daytona 500, which is a race that he hasn't won coming next year. At least that's what I hope. Now, let's move on to the other situation, Steve. Like, as I talked to you last night, once again, the invisible vice president, Kamala Harris, who's done absolutely nothing. And I got bad news for you, Kamala. Get your paycheck back for the last 2 years. The American people want a refund because you haven't done anything for the USA in the 2 years. I want my money. I want my money back. What you say, Steve?
I'm laughing at you, Eagle. You're correct, though. Yes.
Yeah, I want my money back because she's completely worthless, Steve. She had the nerve to say yesterday that the U.S. border is secure. What border are you talking about, Kamala? You definitely ain't talking about the U.S. border. What border is she talking about, Steve? Because I know she ain't talking about the U.S. border, the border that she's supposedly in charge of. She had the nerve to say. And then today, Steve, they got a photograph of people climbing over the wall. I think it was in Arizona. But she says the border is secure. Well, why don't you go down there and find out, Kamala? Why don't you go down to the border and find out if it's secure? And you might have a real big surprise, my friend, when you get there. But like I said, we both know Kamala's not going to the border, Steve, because her or her so-called boss, he doesn't care either. So, like I said, the border will continue to be unsecure until we get a real president in the White House, because right now we don't have one. But here's the bad thing about this whole deal, Steve, is that, all over the USA, crime is out of control. Crime is at an all-time high in states in Chicago, where I was just at today. it's like a war zone in Chicago. There's neighborhoods that you can't even at nighttime. You don't dare go out of your house at night, or you might not, or something real bad might happen to you. And you just seen what happened in Memphis just last week. All over America, people are scared to leave their homes because you don't know what the hell is going to happen. Just the other day, just yesterday, a rapper, a guy, musician, was in a restaurant in Los Angeles, California, eating a meal, and somebody walked in and shot him at point blank range, stole all his jewelry, stole his Rolex watch and everything he had on, and walked right out of the restaurant. And as far as I know, they still haven't apprehended this guy. So like I said, you can't even enjoy yourself right now in America, Steve. But all these Democrats say that we don't need the police. We need to downgrade. The police is your enemy. The police this, the police that. No, my man. The police is the only thing that's keeping any kind of sanity in America right now, Steve. And you see how things have gone when the U.S. These idiots try to downgrade them. So, like I say, we're hopefully these 2 years can't go by fast enough, Steve. I don't care at this point. I really don't care who gets in the White House, long as he got a Republican on the end of his name. That's all I'm concerned with at this point. I just can't take another 8 years or 4 years of a Democratic, because they're destroying this country one brick at a time. I'm just very frustrated at this point, Steve, and what I'm seeing happening to America, because the United States deserves better than what we have right now, and it's just a real bad situation at this point. But I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All righty there. Thank you much, Eagle. And we'll get our news update here, bottom of the hour, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
What would the Inflation Reduction Act do to reduce inflation? That's the question asked by a reporter to White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre on Tuesday. She appeared to flounder.
Experts, economists have said themselves that this would
The exchange came the same day the U.S. announced an uptick in inflation to 8.3%, according to the Consumer Price Index. Mike Lindell, the CEO of MyPillow and an ally of former President Donald Trump, said Tuesday his cell phone had been seized by the FBI. Lindell said the seizure took place at a Hardee's drive-thru while he drove back to his home in Mankato, Minnesota. And Queen Elizabeth's coffin has arrived at Buckingham Palace. This is USA Radio News.
This view was worth a hike.
Right? And it's a good way to stay on top of my health.
Yes, I'm Cologuard, a prescription colon cancer screening option for people 45 plus at average risk. Have you screened for colon cancer?
Not yet.
Don't wait. It's more treatable when caught in early stages.
Tell me more.
Cologuard is non-invasive and it's used at home. It detects altered DNA in your stool to find 92% of colon cancers.
92%?
Yep, even those in early stages.
This was seen in a clinical study with patients 50 and older. Any positive result should be followed by a diagnostic colonoscopy. False positive and negative results may occur. Cologuard is not a replacement for colonoscopy in high-risk patients. Do not use if you have had adenomas, have inflammatory bowel disease and certain hereditary syndromes, or a personal or family history of colon cancer.
Most insured patients pay $0. Ask your provider or an online prescriber if Cologuard is right for you, or visit Cologuard.com.
I'm in.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping? You meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Schlabach, Schwenk, and Schmucker hang on to take the tractor titles. Kellogg and Berg find a way in diesel trucks and modifieds. And it all comes to an end at the Enderley. Or does it? From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The final 5 2022 NTPA Grand National Champions were determined over 2 days and 3 sessions at the DeKalb County Fair Nationals in Sandwich, Illinois. On Thursday's truck night, Todd Dugan's Angry Farmer Penetrating Spray Ford won the battle, but Shane Kellogg's Trump Dodge won the war, claiming its second GN title. This campaign turned around, as so many do, in Bowling Green, as serious engine damage during the Friday session necessitated a fateful trip to Fairmont, Indiana.
We went back to Hazley Machine that night, put a new motor in, a customer motor. Called him and asked him if I could borrow his motor. I won the next night with it, got second tonight with it. Guys, gift from God, for letting me borrow his motor. These rental motors, they run the best. Thank Jeff Miffick.
Then on Tractor Day on Saturday, a grueling 2-hook schedule sealed the deal for the last 4 divisions. In Super Stock Diesel, Travis Schlabach used up 10 points of his lead over Kent Payne's Super Rooster, but hung on to win his second straight title. Schlabach's Bone Twister nearly ran out of bounds in the afternoon session, while Payne was victorious. Then in the evening, Schlabach did run over the chalk for an 8th place finish, but balanced against 7 wins wins and 13 top 3 finishes, it was a title-worthy effort for the International 1066 out of Marengo, Iowa. Joe Degenhart and Diggin' Hard won the nightcap. In Super Farm, Gary Chevink's new attitude arrived in a tie for the lead with defending champion Ryan Anderson's checking out. In the afternoon session, Anderson had the early draw and snuffed short of 300 feet, while Chevink's 316 won it. That dropped Anderson 10 points behind. Though Anderson claimed victory in the night session, Chevink clinched with a follow-up 6th. A GN rookie from Reedsburg, Wisconsin, Chevink was rightly emotional in the sandwich winner's circle.
We've just had a super year, but obviously what's made it really, really nice is the group of individuals that we pull against. You couldn't find a better bunch of guys nowhere. Thank all of you very much for taking me in under your wing and helping me out.
Brandon Simon's Loud and Heavy and Rob Russell's Workhorse reprised their green-red battles of 2021 in winning the 2 Pro Stock classes. But Danny Schmucker's Rampage kept calm and carried on with a 7th and a 4th that took all the oxygen away from a comeback by either of the Mack Trailer Team tractors. Schmucker of Louisville, Ohio, finished with a 12-point margin over Julia Ray, last year's Enderley winner, and notched the family's first GN championship since 2014. And in Modified, to paraphrase a football coach's lament, Tommy Owens didn't lose, he just ran out of hooks. Owens mounted a furious comeback over the season's waning weeks, sweeping Bowling Green and Sandwich to trim 5 points off the lead of 5-time class champion Brett Berg's Rank Seed-sponsored moneymaker. But Berg is now a 6-time champion because his lead, before Owens' streak began, was 6 points. The latest trophy goes to Farmington, Minnesota, on the strength of moneymaker's 3 wins and 8 top 2s. They will meet again at the Enderley Pull-Off this Saturday, September 17th, as will the top finishers from 23 regional and grand national divisions. Check ntpapull.com throughout this week and visit allstarpull.com for a look at past winners and the story of pulling's longest running and most lucrative one-day invitational events. Action begins at 5 p.m. live and on ntpa.tv, but the pits will be open hours earlier and fans are invited to tour the ground, visit with the drivers, and partake in some great local concessions and pulling merchandise. There's a pedal pull at 4 p.m. for the kids, and we'll run our Road to the Enderley broadcast on the PA shortly afterward. It's a celebration of a season and of the extraordinary effort put forth by all the folks across North America who make championship pulling happen. Don't forget the Allegan County Fair this Wednesday in Allegan, Michigan, and there are a few more polls after the Enderley that give you a few more chances to scratch that pulling itch, so stay tuned. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, back where we leave off there. I couldn't help but laugh, Eagle, talking about Kamala Harris. Yesterday, she was called a knucklehead by Representative Andy Biggs. Way to go, Andy. But he's right. When she claims the U.S.-Mexico border is secure and then blames the Trump administration for the border crisis, she's acting like a knucklehead. Yeah, she and the White House are just lying when it comes to immigration. Representative Andy Biggs says it was shocking, but not shocking. I mean, it was shocking in the same sense anybody would be such a knucklehead. And I hate to say that about the vice president, but that's the truth. Meet the Press Sunday. Harris said a lot of problems that we're trying to fix, given the deterioration that happened over the last 4 years. Again, trying to blame it on the Trump administration. That's where the problem lies, right? Then she talked about putting a plan in place for a pathway to citizenship for the millions that are here. And we got to be prepared to do what is legally required to gain citizenship. Yeah, Andy Biggs said that in the last year of Donald Trump's administration, the Yuma sector in Arizona had about 9,000 illegal encounters over the entire year. Under the Biden administration, this year alone, it was 340,000 in the Yuma sector. So it's Trump's fault, right? And that's the number that we'll end up with in a couple of weeks. I mean, I've been down there so many times, and Kamala Harris can't even get out of the airport with a margarita in her hand to go to the border. Joe Biden will not visit the border. Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas and others in the administration, they do not understand. They're just lying. Yuma's getting 1,000 people a day Not to mention the thousands per day that come across the border and get away. They're bringing in drugs like you can't believe. They're smuggling humans. I mean, this is inhumane. And now the administration is no longer using the Title 42 provisions that the Trump administration was using to screen out people. They're letting everybody in. Tell you what, this situation is the top issue for voters in Arizona. It actually comes in at a dead heat with inflation and gas prices for the voters in that state. Knucklehead. What's going on, Philip? Hey there.
Hey, bud. How you doing? Everybody going okay up there?
Hanging with them.
Yeah. Hey, it was good to hear Pappy there a little bit ago. That was cool. Before I get started, I wanna tell Monkey Gouger, congratulations, you done converted one of those guys from Toyota over to Chevy.
There you go.
So congratulations, you done got it. I think it's going to be good for Kyle. And Eagle, by the way, RCR, ORC, he does all the stuff himself. You don't have to worry about Greg Kendrick. He can get it on his own. And it really don't matter now because all them cars are all the same. They get their parts from the same place anymore. So, but anyway, I think it'll be good for Kyle. I think it'll be good for Samantha, his wife, and his son. Did you see his son, that Richard gave him the contract for his son?
That's what Eagle was just mentioning. Yeah, I guess he's saying Kyle got the short end of the deal. But I think he'll probably do better at Hendricks, if you ask me.
Well, I don't know.
Or Richard Childress. It's RCR, right? Childress Racing. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he'll do better at RCR. And to be quite honest, I keep hearing a lot of people make the comment that RCR is a B team. The only reason I think RCR has got that moniker in the last few years is because they haven't had a really big name. You know, they haven't had like a Kyle Busch or a Keselowski or, Ryan Newman. They haven't had a big name out there to push their stuff going. And I mean, Austin is a really good guy. His grandson. And Austin's doing a heck of a job. Matter of fact, he said Austin was the one that got Kyle in there with Richard initially to talk. So Austin was responsible for what you saw yesterday with him signing. The thing that's going to change a little bit is KBM. You know, Kyle's got his own race team with the trucks. And he said it yesterday. He said they're going to Chevy. They're getting away from Toyota. So that's going to change the manufacturers in the truck series, that it's going to change the manufacturing side, or the manufacturer side of the deal, where you might have more Chevys than Toyotas. You know, it's going to change the demographic of the teams.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's going to be cool. It's going to be cool to see that number 8 running out there. I mean, Tyler's done a good job, and I listened to Junior talk on his podcast last night, and he seems to think that Tyler, what's going to happen with him is that he's going to go to that 23 or Denny Hamlin's team, but he's thinking they might buy him out on the contract, and he might go over there and not even run that year that Richard's got on him. Because Richard's got him for another year. So Junior said that it'd probably be that they're going to buy that out, and then he'll just go with the Denny Hamlin's team going on over there. But Richard, the big thing with what's going on with RCR, we need to watch it is that third charter, because he wants to put a 3-car team in. That's what he said yesterday in his statement. Let's see if he does it. I think he's going to stay with 2 cars, because if he's got 2 solid drivers, he can do it. What would be really interesting is get a 3rd car and get Kurt in that 3rd car. That would be interesting to see them guys on the same team, wouldn't it?
That'd be cool.
Yeah, but we don't know if Kurt's going to come back after that incident in Pocono, so I hope it works out okay for him. And I heard you talking earlier with Pappy about Rubio, you guys need to watch that race real close with him and Val Demings, because I'll tell you what, I think Val Demings is going to get it.
Really?
I really do, buddy.
Wow.
I think Val Demings is going to get it. And I've made the comment on here before about Rubio. Rubio hasn't done much. He hasn't done much at all. Rubio has pretty much cared about South Florida. He hasn't really cared about Central Florida and, you know, what, in other parts of his area. So I think he needs to step it up. The only challenge that Val Demings is going to really have is going to be South Florida. She's going to have to put the hard convince on those guys down there to get that pushed over so she can win it. That's the only part that's going to be hard for Val Demings, because Rubio has a really high deal down in South Florida. So we'll see how it rolls out. And by the way, if anybody doesn't know about Val Demings was in the line when they were getting ready to pick the vice president. So she was in line with Kamala and all those guys.
Right.
Getting ready to be picked for the vice president. She was the next one. If the one that wasn't in there now had got it, she was going to be the next one. So she's a heavy hitter. Don't let nobody play around. There's a lot of skepticism about which way she's going to roll, because I know there's a lot of campaign commercials that are saying that she was one of the ones that was talking about cutting the funding for the police forces, law enforcement. When in reality, she was actually at one time the chief of police for Orlando. So why would you want to cut funding for an office that you have been in and you served in? And you know, she started out as a patrolman. So we'll see how it works out.
So what about your governor's race? This Christ guy, I mean, has he got a flying chance? I haven't seen how he's even polling, but I did see last week, I guess right after Biden made that hateful rhetoric speech out there with the red lights and all that Charlie Crist was praising Biden for what he said about the MAGAs.
Well, I'm going to tell you about Charlie Crist. Charlie Crist, he did good things when he was a governor, don't get me wrong. But Charlie Crist turned. You know what I mean? Charlie Crist was a Republican, and then he turned into a Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, there's a lot of people, and I'm kind of one of them. I mean, we all know who Ross Perot was. Remember him, Steve? Remember what he did to elections?
Yep.
Okay. Well, I kind of think Charlie Crist is kind of like a Ross Perot, in my opinion, and that's just my opinion. I think that this will get it, but I think Charlie Crist he's kind of a lame duck, in my opinion.
Okay.
I don't think he was going to do something after he got out of being a governor, and he ended up going to work for Morgan & Morgan, which is one of the biggest attorneys down here in Florida. And he really, I haven't heard jack out of him until this race started again, you know, and he's got a lot to prove, you know, and he flipped, and that put a bad taste in a lot of people's mouth down here with him. It really did. I mean, the big cities, he'll probably get some of the votes, but when it comes to the rural area, it's going to be another deal like Trump. DeSantis is going to grab the rural areas of Florida. The big cities are more Democratic than the rural areas of Florida.
Mm-hmm.
And there just ain't enough. There's more rural area in Florida than there is in the big cities down here. So we'll see how it plays out. I hope DeSantis gets it. I've been on the fence with DeSantis here and there on a few things, don't get me wrong, especially with my employer, and I'm not going to comment about that. But, you know, all in all, he's tried, honestly, to try to get us going down here and try to get things going, especially with the pandemic. And the EU, I tell you what, they're hurting now coming up in the winter with this oil. So we'll see how that plays out. And also, Steve, have you seen Invest 96 out there right now?
I saw that they're watching a couple areas. I don't know. Are they alluding to that one having a chance of becoming something?
Yeah, Invest 96 is out there right now. It's going to be hitting Puerto Rico and them guys here in another day or so. We won't see nothing up here of it until probably around the 21st or the 22nd if things go. But the models are kind of dragging it in, but it's going in towards the island. And it just depends on how it hits Puerto Rico and Cuba and Hispaniola and all that. But that could turn into a big player that gets up there in the Gulf and spins up more. I mean, it's spinning up right now. It isn't a closed storm by no means, but we need to watch it because that little guy stayed alive, and it's working its way across. And there's another one that's coming off, just now coming off of Africa. That's another one we've got to watch as well. That pressure on that's going to drop really drastic, and they're talking possibly, there's a possibility if it speeds up, it might catch into the Zendesk 96 and the two might merge.
Oh, boy.
So we're going to be watching that over the next few days. So, but that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate you having me, and y'all have a good one.
Thank you for checking in. There you go, Philip in Florida. Hey, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, boats, you name it, anything that may be sitting around with the gas in it. Yeah, Sta-Bil storage keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. Store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. I was talking with a friend yesterday. Has a houseboat down on Cumberland. Asking him if they use Sta-Bil. Sta-Bil has the marine additive as well for just that purpose. He said everybody down there uses Sta-Bil. So there you go. Storing the boats, because it's getting that time of year. You're going to be mooring them for the winter, right? Waiting for next season. Our number, 844-844-3388. What do you say, horse feathers?
Oh, I guess we're supposed to say, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
Can't believe it. It's already hump day.
Yeah, how did that happen again? I don't know. It seems to happen every week there, don't it? I don't know. Something about that. So anyways, hey, you're talking about all these illegal aliens and stuff, and yesterday there, you guys were all talking about them being transported there up to, the north,
Chicago,
New York, Washington, and Chicago, and all that. How come the FBI hasn't been out arresting these bus drivers for transporting illegal aliens? I mean, don't they arrest these people that are bringing them across the border? I mean, wouldn't it make sense that the FBI could get right out there and not let the buses out of Texas or Florida or anything, and just say, hey, you're in trouble. You're transporting illegal aliens. You're arrested. I'm just saying.
Once they get on the bus, in Texas, they have, quote, already been questioned and supposedly vetted, right? Yeah, so they're released into the country with their cell phone, and they're waiting for a phone call to have their immigration hearing sometime maybe in the year 2025.
All right. I thought the D.C. mayor said that she didn't have enough help to process them. She needed the National Guard to help process them when they got to Washington. So I didn't realize they were all done. I thought they were taking them up there still as the illegals and just loaded them on the bus and said, here, we're going to take you up here and let everybody else deal with you. But anyways, hey, so to completely change the subject, I guess we can go back and talk about Carvana again, because my experience with Carvana is a done deal.
How'd it go?
Yeah, it was the easiest thing I've ever done, Your Honor. I called, I did the whole thing online. Originally, you go online and you follow the steps and you take some pictures of the car and you submit it and they give you a quote, and then if there's different ways you can actually turn the vehicle in. You can actually have an adjuster come out to your location and have them go over the car, or you can take the car to one of their locations and have an adjuster look at it, or you can have the adjuster do it with a Zoom meeting. You can do it online with a video for a Zoom meeting, and that's what I chose. So I got a Zoom meeting with a guy there, and we walked around, and I carried the iPad around there and videoed the car for him, whatever he asked to see, and he was happy with all of it. And they said 1 to 2 business days they'd have money in the account, direct deposit, or they could bring a cashier's check. And so we chose for the direct deposit. It wasn't 3 hours. The money was in the bank account, all deposited. Done deal.
Now, who gave you the best offer? You said that they offered more than the dealership. They offered more than any of the others. Like, will you buy any car? Did you try them or?
I did 2 different dealerships. I did the local dealership that we bought probably a half dozen cars through. You know, the last 3 Subarus we bought through them, and the daughters bought cars there, sons bought cars there, and we bought a couple other used cars there.
Mm-hmm.
And they offered me the least amount of money out of all of them.
Wow.
I'm like, well, thanks a lot for me being a repeat
dedicated customer,
you know, being a loyal customer, you know. So, but the Ford dealership there, they offered me the second amount, and they were about $1,200 less than Carvana, and then CarMax, they were another $900 less than the Ford dealership. So
wow.
So yeah, Carvana was right up there at the very top, and the quote they gave me after we did the video call, you know, because there was a chance that, you know, if they found something they weren't real happy with, they could deduct it, you know, some off it, but they left it at the full amount there. So I felt pretty good about the deal. I wasn't really looking to get rid of the car, but yeah, for what I got offered, I'm not disappointed that I did. So, anyways, that's about what we got going there, and I guess we got you to the top of the hour, so you can bring in the other half of the world there.
There you go. The big moose coming up, right? Happy Hump Day, Mike. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
What would the Inflation Reduction Act do to reduce inflation? That's the question asked by a reporter to White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre on Tuesday. She appeared to flounder.
As we deal with a time that is difficult for many Americans. Look, experts, economists have said themselves that this would be the Inflation Reduction Act would be beneficial to that extra $300 billion in deficit.
The exchange came the same day the U.S. announced an uptick in inflation to 8.3%, according to the Consumer Price Index. Ken Starr, the man who quickly became a household name in the 1990s due to his connection with the Clinton administration investigation, has died. Reporter Tim Berg has the story.
Ken Starr has died at the age of 76. The former Solicitor General rose to fame as the independent counsel in the investigation that led to the impeachment of former President Bill Clinton. 2 years ago, Starr was also a member of President Trump's defense team when his impeachment went before the Senate. Officials say Starr died at Baylor St. Luke's Medical Hospital in Houston of complications from surgery.
Mike Lindell, the CEO of MyPillow, said Tuesday his cell phone had been seized by the FBI. In an episode of his show, The Lindell Report, he said the seizure took place at a Hardee's drive-thru while he drove back to his home in Mankato, Minnesota. The Washington Times reports the seizure of Mr. Lindell's cell phone comes while the agency has targeted numerous Trump allies as the midterm elections loom. And Queen Elizabeth's coffin has landed in Buckingham Palace after its final flight. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more. All priced, buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code the buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Senator Marco Rubio is backing what he calls a common sense solution for the fentanyl crisis. The Florida Republican wrote Monday on FoxNews.com that he's introducing a bill that would allow fentanyl sellers to be charged with felony murder if the buyer dies. He also proposes suspending websites that facilitate the sale of illegal drugs, putting more pressure on China to control fentanyl production at its source, and cracking down on illegal immigration. Inflation is at a 40-year high in the U.S., while the Biden administration appears tone-deaf to the plight of many Americans.
Inflation continues to bog down American households and remain close to a 40-year high. The Labor Department on Tuesday reported its consumer price index rose to 8.3% in August from the same month a year ago. The CPI measures what consumers pay for goods and services. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Los Angeles County health officials have confirmed the first death due to monkeypox in a local resident. The death is believed to be the first in the U.S. from the disease. However, the Associated Press is reporting the CDC has not yet confirmed any U.S. deaths. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham has introduced a bill calling for a nationwide abortion ban. The bill would prohibit abortions after 15 weeks of pregnancy, with few exceptions. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
Technology lets you access a personal trainer from home, like on this exercise mirror.
Less talking, more squatting.
But to keep your hybrid workforce in shape, you need more than technology.
And kick. And jump.
You need PCs powered by Intel vPro, custom configured by CDW. Hardware-based security and remote management make it easy to protect and monitor PCs from anywhere.
Wait, don't turn me off.
Intel vPro makes secure remote management possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/Intel client.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. darkness overnight drive.
All right, thank you, Big Moose. Welcome into a Wednesday, crossing over that midnight hour on the West Coast. So 14th day of September, and we're in the heart of Truck Driver Appreciation Week. Been taking advantage of any of the deals out there? They get you a free box lunch. That makes you truly feel appreciated, right? California Highway Patrol had coordinated with some other organizations, handed out some bagged lunches at the Cordelia Commercial Vehicle Facility in Fairfield, California. At the California Trucking Association Western Truck Center, cooked up lunches that members of the California Air Resource Board, your good friends there, Pre-Pass, Drive-Wise, and even Highway Patrol vehicle section, handed out food to the drivers. 375 bagged lunches were handed out as a thank you to drivers to keep commerce moving and take advantage of those deals. Did you make your way through the Cordell station this past day to get you a boxed lunch? All right. Don't know what happened with, let me see. I don't know, I may have screwed something up on the phones. I'll see if I can get things fixed up here. Let's see if Bolt, are you there, Bolt? Good morning.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Hey, I got that news for you, and it looks like you hit the nail on the head earlier. I heard you.
Did I call that? Got the job, huh?
Yep, I got the job. Start the 26th.
How about that?
Yep, and nope, no more pizza flipping for me.
Well, that's definitely a bump up, right? You got probably a better pay as well.
Oh, yeah. Start out pay is what I'm making now, but you get a raise the more that you do.
Mm-hmm. A lot quicker.
The farther along you go.
Okay, that's good news.
Yeah. Also, to do something that I told Eskimo Mom and Rambler and my dad that I would do about a while ago, but I've been meaning to do it. Why'd you have to be the inspiration for my name? My name's Lisa. So,
I think
Dad was.
He said something about you. He calls you Bolt because your dog's name is Bolt. Is that right?
No, it's not a dog that I have. His name is Bolt. It's one of my favorite kids' movies. That's Bolt.
Ah, okay, all right.
Yeah. Yep, and it's got a white dog that's named Bolt.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he calls you Bolt.
Yep, it's something me and him came up with. Not too long ago, actually.
Well, hey, congratulations on the good news there. So you're going to give like the 2-week notice there for what is it, Domino's?
Yeah, I've kind of already did that. I already did that discussion with my boss earlier today.
Okay.
It went decently well, fortunately.
That's good.
Yeah.
Well, boss can't be angry with you trying to better yourself. That's what we're all supposed to do.
Exactly. Exactly. And highly looking forward to it.
Well, it'll be a change of pace, but it'll be a new adventure in life, a new chapter.
Yep. And I don't know how much it's going to change my schedule, but we'll find out when we get there.
There you go.
Yeah. All right, Steve. Well, you have a good night, bud.
Thanks for the news, and appreciate that. All right, it's 844-844-3388. I don't know if, like I said, I don't know if I screwed things up because Midnight Special was there, Heat Wave was there, Inbred Redneck was on board, and we lost them all. So maybe I'll have to do a reset. We'll do that in here in just a moment. First, let's see, this past day, this would maybe be good news. This past day, senators introduced a bill to ensure that truckers are compensated fairly for the hours you're on the clock, right? The Guaranteeing Overtime for Truckers Act was introduced because initially Edward Markey and Alex Padilla, this would repeal the motor carrier provision of the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 that excluded many truckers from overtime protection that's enjoyed by pretty much everybody else, right? Remember earlier this year, there was a similar bill introduced in the House by Andy Levin back in April. Interesting, it hasn't moved since it was introduced in the House. Why not? This after the publication of the Department of Transportation, where they issued their Freight and Logistics Supply Chain Assessment back in February of this year. That report recommended that Congress repeal the motor carrier provision of the Fair Labor Standards Act in response to the high driver turnover rates and compensation issued in the trucking industry to ease the stress on the supply chain. Outdated labor regulations have denied these vital workers overtime. Thus, we have high turnover and supply chain disruptions. Don't be fooled by the trucking company's crocodile tears, they said. There is a simple way to recruit and retain drivers, and that is increase their pay. The Guaranteeing Overtime for Truckers Act does exactly that by eliminating the overtime exemption. I'm proud to work alongside my fellow senators, and we're committed to ensuring that truck drivers receive the respect and rightful pay that they have earned. That's pretty cool to happen right in the middle of Truck Driver Appreciation Week. And it looks like, amazingly, damn near everybody is on board. Seldom do you get unanimous support of anything in the trucking industry. The International Brotherhood of Teamsters, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, the Truck Safety Coalition, the Institute for Safer Trucking, even Parents Against Tired Truckers, and Citizens for Reliable and Safe Highways. Everybody's on board in support. We know for too long, too many people throughout the supply chain have placed little or no value on a driver's time, partly because of the Fair Labor Standards Act overtime exemption. Shippers, receivers, carriers have never been forced to account for all the hours that they keep drivers waiting because it doesn't cost them anything. Yeah, by replacing that exemption, this will help make sure truck drivers are compensated for all the hours they work. Now let's just see if it goes anywhere. Again, introduced in the House in April, and here we are in September, and it ain't moved. At 18 past the hour. All right, it looks like Heat Wave is back on board. Let's try once again. Take two. We got you.
Actually, it's take three, Sarah Senor, but yeah, that's all right. How you doing this morning?
Morning.
Oh, Lordy. Well, it was an interesting turnaround from yesterday to today, or I should say from Monday into Tuesday. They had scrapped all the bids in Albuquerque. And when I got to Tracy, the dispatcher up there told me that they were adding runs to the Albuquerque board. I was like, well, that's nice. I said, but what does that mean for me? And she says, well, they've added 4 team runs from Albuquerque to Tracy and back. And I thought, good night. Do we have that much freight? Because when I first got on with this bunch in Albuquerque, we only had 2 team runs, and me and another old boy were forced onto one of them because we were the bottom 2 on the ladder of life in YRC rather.
Mm-hmm.
And the top team lost their bid, so they bumped us off. So it had only been, one team run to a bid run anyways. to Tracy. So somewhere, somehow, they're miraculously getting at least 4 loads, 4 bid runs in a week's time to do that. And I thought, well, okay, that would be good. That would be good if they could keep us on, back and forth, Albuquerque, Tracy, back to Albuquerque, but that doesn't happen. Sometimes you got to break out a route to get a load to go back to Albuquerque. This past weekend, it was Tracy to Salt Lake City to Albuquerque. That added more miles, but it also took away more hours for me to be able to run this next run. And then we get up here to Tracy. Well, they don't have anything going to Albuquerque, but Bloomington does. So here we are taking another detour out of our way. So I'll get my time off later today, but I won't have enough hours to support a run going back to Tracy on Thursday. So that really affected me in the pocketbook there.
Mm-hmm.
So, what looks good on paper just ain't going to do it in practice, unless they can actually back up what they're wanting to do. And I really don't think that this potential shutdown with the rail lines is going to help us in any way. I would sure like for it to, but, sometimes they put it on what we call shiny wheels.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a third-party carrier, because they don't have to stop at a terminal. They can go ahead and just breeze right on by to their final destination. And I guess it saves money for the company, but it really doesn't do any good for us that are actually working for the company, trying to make a living. But, that's a different pay grade than what I'm used to be dealing with. So, anyways, the credit card situation with the gun shops. What's that going to do for the illegal gun sales? To gang members and felons and just anybody who wants a gun that don't want to get it via the legal way.
I think you know the answer to that. Absolutely nothing. Not a damn thing.
Absolutely nothing. You are so correct. I mean, unless, some young kid tries to use a credit card to buy, a gun, and obviously, there's that one right there where it would work in that situation. But I mean, they've already got an idea of who's going to have what, because you have to go through a background check, and they have to put down the gun model and serial number, and that goes some damn where. I'm sure that goes to the ATF, B, whatever, because they've got to register these guns somehow. So, I mean, you've already got a gun registry right there. Or am I mistaken in thinking that? Because, I mean, every time I go get a gun, they run my information through a background check,
mm-hmm.
and they put down the information of the gun in with the paperwork saying this is what he's getting. I mean, am I wrong? I mean, I hope Pappy can come up there and tell me if I'm wrong.
I think for those records, they're only supposed to hold it for X amount of time. I don't think it's supposed to be like a permanent record, because we're not supposed to have like a national database registry or whatever. But I don't know. But
well, I mean,
then again, technically, anytime someone uses a legally purchased gun to commit a crime, they're able to go back and find the records, aren't they? They tracked back the Uvalde shooter, where he purchased those guns and when he bought them. So I guess they do keep it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what it seems like to me. But like I said, I don't know. I'm just an ignorant steering wheel holder of a souped up pickup on steroids,
Right.
Hell. So anyways, I believe, what are the people going to do? Well, they're just going to go to the ATM, draw out that money on that credit card, and just pay cash for the damn thing.
Yep.
Well, you can't question what that ATM pullout was for. So there you go. But anyways, well, I tell you, that was one of the things that was on my mind yesterday that I completely skipped on, and so I figured I'd call today and talk back about it. And I had asked Pappy how his daughter was doing, and I hadn't heard anything yet on Facebook, but he had that picture of that thing saying it's not a blimp, whatever the picture was that he had, and I just told him, I said, you know what, you are hallucinating. You had one too damn many donut sprinkles, and one of them sprinkles was a hallucinogenic drug. So
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I guess if you ain't used to seeing something in the air, your mind can just make up all sorts of different scenarios of what it could be and what it really is are two different things. But other than that, Senor, I don't have a whole lot to go on here. We're heading towards the hacienda, so we'll be there later on in the morning, mid-afternoon, and then I guess I'll be spending a couple of days at the house. So if I can keep my eyes open there at the 10 o'clock hour in Mountain Time Zone, I'll be sure to give you a holler. You have yourself a good night.
Thank you so much. All right. Have a great morning. Thanks for checking in. News break just a couple minutes away here. What do we got? Yeah, it's a sad state of affairs. Yeah, could you imagine, or did you realize, I guess technically, that we, the American people, are spending, we're paying more in taxes than we spend every year on food, clothing, and health care combined. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, Americans, again, in 2021, spent more on average on taxes, as I said, than food, clothing, and health care items. According to the table on the BLS Consumer Expenditure Survey, American consumers spent an average of $15,495 on food, clothing, and health care combined last year, while at the same time paying an average of $16,729 in taxes when you add federal, state, and local taxes in. All right. It was on average, they say, the American consumer spent a little under $8,300 on food, about $1,750 on clothing, apparel, and apparel-related things, $5,451 on health care. That's where they come up with the number. Now, the taxes, $16,729 and some change, they break it down. Just over $8,500 in federal income tax, $5,500 and some change in Social Security, over $2,500 in state and local income taxes, $2,400 in property taxes, and a little over $100 in other taxes, minus what was the average $2,541 in stimulus payments that most received back from the government. So you see the disparity. You're paying more than $1,000 on taxes than you are on food, clothing, and health care. Now, the prior year, you go back to the previous year, before the stimulus money, the disparity was even greater. In the previous year, the average individual paid just under $14,000 for food, clothing, and health care combined. It was over $17,000 in taxes. Those numbers from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And the government needs more. More. That is insane. That blows my mind. But you think about, you get your paycheck, you've got taxes held out. And everything you purchase, you're paying taxes on. Everything you do, tax. All right, and we need more. Okay, we'll get our news break in here, come back. Vic is on board. Looks like 13 1/4 is going to join us, and on down the line we'll go. And I think Pappy's going to answer the question about background checks as well. Coming up here just ahead, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You USA Radio News.
What would the Inflation Reduction Act do to reduce inflation? That's the question asked by a reporter to White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre on Tuesday. She appeared to flounder.
Experts, economists have said themselves that this would
The exchange came the same day the U.S. announced an uptick in inflation to 8.3%, according to the Consumer Price Index. Mike Lindell, the CEO of MyPillow and an ally of former President Donald Trump, said Tuesday his cell phone had been seized by the FBI. Lindell said the seizure took place at a Hardee's drive-thru while he drove back to his home in Mankato, Minnesota. And Queen Elizabeth's coffin has arrived at Buckingham Palace. This is USA Radio News.
This view was worth a hike.
Right? And it's a good way to stay on top of my health.
Yes, I'm Cologuard, a prescription colon cancer screening option for people 45 plus at average risk. Have you screened for colon cancer?
Not yet.
Don't wait. It's more treatable when caught in early stages.
Tell me more.
Cologuard is non-invasive and it's used at home. It detects altered DNA in your stool to find 92% of colon cancers.
92%?
Yep, even those in early stages.
This was seen in a clinical study with patients 50 and older. Any positive result should be followed by a diagnostic colonoscopy. False positive and negative results may occur. Cologuard is not a replacement for colonoscopy in high-risk patients. Do not use if you have had adenomas, have inflammatory bowel disease and certain hereditary syndromes, or a personal or family history of colon cancer.
Most insured patients pay $0. Ask your provider or an online prescriber if Cologuard is right for you, or visit Cologuard.com.
I'm in.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel.
They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, back at it here. Let me see if I can pull that up. Yeah, Dipsy Driver was saying, hey, we got some dense fog developing here in Michigan. And Eskimo Mom just said, hey, yeah, they put out dense fog advisories. Indeed, from the Weather Service office there in northern Indiana. Visibility, quarter mile or less in dense fog. Northern Indiana, southwest Michigan, northwest Ohio. So going to have to slow it down. Use the low beam headlights. Blows my mind. People think that they can see better with the high beams in the fog. Nope, it makes it worse. Before we move ahead here, let me grab Pappy here, get the skinny on the background checks.
Yeah, Steve, I'll try to get through this real quick so you can get to the other callers. I appreciate you taking me back. But real quick here, a background check is simply that when you go in to purchase a firearm, they have to do a background check through the ATF to get you approved to buy that firearm. There's no record of any purchase made, if that makes sense. All they're doing is sending the ATF your information, and the ATF sends them a message back saying he's good to buy it. So you can literally get a background check done and then say, I changed my mind. I decided not to buy it. They don't ring that up until you got the okay from the ATF.
So how are they able to go back after the fact and find where these individuals who commit heinous crimes purchase said weapons? How do they do that?
The distributor or the manufacturers of firearms, okay, when they send these firearms out to the distributors like your Bass Pro Shops, any gun store, right? That gun store has to have a federal firearms license to sell that firearm. Okay?
Yeah.
So what happens is, say there's a firearm at a crime scene. The ATF will run that serial number, right? They will call the manufacturer. Say it's a Smith & Wesson. Give Smith & Wesson that serial number. Smith & Wesson will say that specific firearm went to the Bass Pro Shop out there in Fairfield. Then they call the Bass Pro Shop and say, hey, you sold this firearm, this serial number, to a customer. They have to go back through their records and find that information out to give it to the police.
So there is a record of sales, who bought what gun, that's at the actual firearms dealers.
Yes.
Okay.
The dealer has to, when you have a federal firearms license, you're required to maintain them records for life.
Wow.
And I had a federal firearms license back in the 80s when they started the Brady bill, and they made it so complicated. I said, screw it. It's not worth the hassle. You know, But when you obtain a federal firearms license, you're required to maintain them. Any firearm that you sold to somebody, you need to maintain them records. So if you get a phone call from the ATF, hey, who'd you sell this gun to? You're required to tell them. Now, the government does not have that information. You follow me?
Gotcha.
When you walk into a gun store, all the ATF is doing is saying, yes, they can purchase a gun. That gun store does not call the ATF back and say, hey, he purchased this gun, and this is a serial number, and this is the make and model and all that. They have no clue.
Okay. But that's something that I guess that for years there have been talk about they want to do. They want to have a national firearms registry, right? They want to know who's got what.
Yes, sir. Yes. They want to know if Steve Sommers walked into a gun store and bought a firearm and what kind of firearm it was. So these credit card companies are now giving the government that information. And like he said, I'll just pay for it in cash, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's all fine and dandy until what do they want to do, Steve? What were we talking about?
Eliminate the cash.
Do away with cash. That way the government can control and knows everything you buy and purchase and control what you buy and purchase.
Yep.
So I hope that explains that. I appreciate you taking me back. I'll let you get back to it.
Pretty crystal clear.
Smarter call.
Very good. Thank you very much. That answers the question, right? 13 1/4. Hey there.
How you doing tonight, Steve?
Hanging with them. How about you? Good to hear from you again.
I'm doing just fine. I was going to ask you, my friend. Is it all right if I call you my friend?
Absolutely. Yeah, we're all friends.
All right, my friend. If I'm calling you too much, let me know and I'll stop. But I've gotten kind of into your show and enjoy talking with you.
That's great. That's what we need more of. We need more people calling, just like you.
All right. Hey, you mentioned something about overtime. You know, I've been driving the truck for 40 years, and I don't think it'd be a bad thing to have overtime, but I'm afraid the companies would really buck against that because they'd say that all the drivers will just slow down and milk the clock and cause us to pay more, and we'd need more drivers then than we need now because everybody'd be going slow. But I don't know if that would really be a bad thing either. If people slowed down, wouldn't maybe roads be safer? Or wouldn't, you know, I like I said, I've been out here for 40 years, and when the ice and the snow and the fog, like we're talking about tonight, comes, I have to slow down. My paycheck starts getting smaller because it takes me longer. So if I was being paid, I assume by the hour and on overtime, I think it would be a good thing for me. I wouldn't have a problem with it at all as long as the rate would be a rate that you could live with. Am I missing something on this?
I think the ultimate goal of it is to get these shippers and receivers. And I mean, my understanding over the years, because I've never done it, but hearing from the drivers, especially like some of these grocery warehouses and things like that, where you'll sit 4 and 5 and 6 hours waiting for them to load or unload you, the burden's going to fall on them to, hey, hire more people and get the damn job done quicker. Yeah, because you're going to have to, somebody's going to foot the bill for all those hours that driver's sitting there.
Yeah, I'd like to know how many hours I've wasted in 40 years.
Exactly.
You know, and not gotten paid for. Matter of fact, I'd like to have a back pay check if they got that going.
Yeah.
Recoup all that, but I don't think that'll ever happen. But, yeah, and I work, like I said before, I'm a grocery hauler, so I work out of one of those grocery warehouses that everybody complain about, the one that has the little cartoon characters on their commercial.
Mm-hmm.
And there's guys that sit out there an awful lot, and once they hit the dock, they're sitting for a long time, too. The best thing about a grocery warehouse is to work for the grocery warehouse That way you don't have all that wait time. But man, I'd like to see those guys paid for the time that they spend. I think we all should be compensated for what we do.
Yes, sir.
If somebody disagrees with that, then I'd like to hear, a discussion about how I may be wrong about that. But I've been paid by the mile my whole career, and it would be a big thing to change and be paid by the hour, or maybe there's another way to pay overtime and still be paid by the mile that I'm not smart enough to figure out. But it'd be I think it'd be an interesting conversation to have with somebody who's more knowledgeable than me. But I've got lots of questions, but very few answers, it seems like.
Well, there are drivers out there, I know, some of our listeners that do get paid for everything, all the hours they spend. As Santa Claus is one of them. He's on I think he's on an hourly pay, not a mile or anything like that, or a percentage pay. He's paid by the hour.
Right. I think it'd be good, and I think it would be easy. They've implemented these electronic logs, so they know what you're doing all the time, right?
Absolutely.
So
yeah.
They wouldn't have any trouble. They wouldn't have any trouble tracking your time, so they couldn't argue about that. It'd be interesting to see if it goes anywhere with the House and the Senate and so on. But maybe that could be a good thing that they're going to do for us. Like I said, but it would all depend on, the rate that they came. They could come with some silly rate that you couldn't make a living at either.
Right. Lower the hourly pay to make up the difference, right?
Yeah, like how they pay waiters and waitresses in this country.
Correct.
Have a pay like that. That would never work. But I think it's a good idea. I think it's progress, or at least it's going the right way if they can get it to move somewhere.
If they can get anybody to move on it. Come on, Pelosi. Come on, McConnell. Somebody do something. And we'll be back into, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested.
Call Steve now at 844-844-3388.
The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, of course, every year one of the most look forward to events is International Road Check. Drivers love those 72 hours, right? Or not. But the CVSA released the results from this year's International Road Check campaign, which was back on May the 17th through the 19th. During those 72 hours, officers conducted 59,026 inspections and placed 12,456 commercial vehicles and 3,714 commercial motor vehicle drivers out of service. CVSA points out 77% of the vehicles and 93% of drivers inspected during road check did not have out-of-service violations. That's pretty good. 93.6% of drivers, not bad. Yeah, top 5 violations. Brake systems accounted for 24% of out-of-service violations. Tires at 19.4%. Defective service brakes, 12.9%. Lights, 12.5%. And cargo securement, right at 10% out-of-service violations during this year's 72-hour road check. Hey, good morning, Vic. What's happening this week?
There's a lot of stuff that, anyway, yeah, the Pappy talking about that registered firearm dealers having to keep that paperwork years ago whenever I was part of a hardware store. They used to have yellow, pink, and blue triplicate forms there, and I was just remembering those stacks of forms that were stuck in cardboard boxes there. We lived in an area where there was a lot of fox hunters and a lot of coon hunters, and you had to keep track of your shells and a whole bunch of stuff. Anyway, fortunately, nobody ever killed anybody. They never asked for any of the records, but I don't know why, but that just struck that mental image of those boxes there. But what I called about was these midterm elections. I heard Philip talking about Rubio down there in Florida. I was thinking about all the issues that the Republicans had on their side going into the midterms, and they have wound up just talking about what the Democrats want to talk about. And one of the things you mentioned, Senator Graham, wanting to introduce a bill federally banning all abortions. We worked for I don't know how many years to say send this back to the state.
Exactly.
And now abortion being a big Democrat issue, pro-abortion, what do? We jump right in the midst of it, and we make it a campaign issue when it shouldn't even be a campaign issue, but the Republicans should be explaining it. And like here in Indiana, I didn't pay much attention to ever passing certain restrictions on abortion. Well, I looked at it there just a while ago while I was on the line, and I see that mental and emotional is not the mental and emotional status of the mother is not a reason for an abortion. And at one time, that was, before Roe versus Wade, I'm pretty sure that was one of the reasons that you could get an abortion in Indiana. So I don't know why they passed that really restrictive thing, because let's face it, some people just aren't emotionally stable or mentally stable, and they might be subject to postpartum depression and where they kill their baby. And I mean, there are so many different things that can happen on that. So I don't know why some of these states jumped in there and passed a real restrictive law. So I don't even know why they why they allowed the abortion thing to become an issue. And the other thing is, you were mentioning this deal with the Fair Labor Standards Act, and the transportation people were exempted, or truckers specifically. Well, that kind of plays into this rail strike thing, because the Fair Labor Standards Act setting out certain things, but it allowed for sympathy strikes and one thing and another. But when the Taft-Hartley law came along in 1947, it banned a lot of these different practices, and that has been a thorn in the side of unions ever since. And now we have this rail strike, and you were wondering what Congress was going to do about this.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if they invoke the Taft-Hartley Act and declare the rail needs as a national emergency, which they do handle a lot of government stuff,
sure,
then they can force the people to go back to work. So if Biden's going to be on the horns of a dilemma, as they say, because he will want the union support in the midterms, but if he invokes the Taft-Hartley Act, I'm not exactly sure how unions will look at that. And the other thing is the whole immigration thing, and all that goes with it, drug problems, extra taxes in the community, and all that. And somehow the Republicans have never really straightforward attacked that. But when you were talking about that woman there that's in the 10th district of Florida that might unseat Rubio, a few years back, my granddaughter started out to get a certificate or degree or whatever in this animation, like Pixar on Disney and everything. And she actually went to school down there in Orlando. And right before she graduated, I don't know if you remember when Disney contracted out all that type of work to another company, and there were a lot of experienced people at Disney that were let go. And Disney said, no, we didn't let them go. We just hired this other company. And this other company hired people from outside the United States. And therefore, that's why we let go experienced people. And there were some very highly experienced people into that whole computer graphics and everything that were out looking for a job. So it looks to me like that should have been a main issue there in Florida. And I know Rubio was one of the gang of eight that tried to support legal immigration and all that. But I believe one of the practices that they did want banned was this. It's kind of a workaround by hiring these foreign companies, and then they contract out the work to the foreign company, and then the American company can say, "Oh no, we didn't let these people go. We hired this foreign company, and they let them go." I mean, and the drug trafficking and everything, and back to the gun issue, it is that cannot possibly be people that are that stupid, because any place you have drug money, you're going to have either stolen guns or cash purchase guns or whatever. And it's I don't even know why the large credit card company said we're going to track the sales of it or whatever. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous, because you're not getting any place with it. But all the Republicans are doing is talking about what the Democrats want to talk about. And they're not really the whole deal there with Trump. They're trying to keep Trump's name at the center of the things that the FBI is doing. And I think I've mentioned this before, but if you're a conservative and you're trying to turn legal service, a lot of lawyers will have that's defending conservatives will have an ethics charge brought against them by some of the more liberal attorneys or bar associations. So after a while, the attorneys become a little reluctant to defend a conservative in any type of an action. And that's just silently going on, and nobody's really paying any attention to it.
And as you said, meanwhile, you said like Lindsey Graham, he actually gave fuel added fuel to the fire to incentivize the lefts and the liberals and those that believe when Joe Biden says that the Republicans want to eliminate your right to health care and your right to abortions and all these things. He said, well, no, that's not what they're wanting to do. But Lindsey Graham just pretty much came out and said, yeah, they are. Yeah, dumbass of the week nominee, Lindsey Graham. All right. News break time, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Asian markets have skidded lower after Wall Street fell the most since June 2020 as a report showed inflation has kept a surprisingly strong grip on the U.S. economy. On Tuesday, the Dow lost more than 1,250 points. The S&P 500 sank 4.3%. U.S. inflation remained higher than what economists had expected in August. The consumer price index rose 8.3% in August from a year earlier. This news came on the same day President Joe Biden tried to sell the so-called benefits of the Inflation Reduction Act.
With this law, the American people won and special interests lost. How long we've been fighting pharma? How long we've been taking on these interests? From the time I got to the Senate 720 years ago.
Escalation continues overseas between Armenia and Azerbaijan.
Armenia said on Tuesday that at least 49 of its soldiers have been killed in clashes along the border with Azerbaijan after a sharp escalation in hostilities, which prompted Russia and the United States to call for restraint. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
An analysis from the New York Times found nearly 1 in 5 congressmen reported stock trades with possible conflicts. The outlet reported between the years 2019 and 21, more than 3,700 reported trades involved such potential conflicts of interest. In addition, the Times found 13 lawmakers or their families bought or sold shares of companies their committees were investigating during the analysis' 3-year purview. The total foreign-born population in the U.S. hit its highest level ever at 46.8 million under the Biden administration. This according to just-released census figures. This is USA Radio News.
You know, it's true. Difficult times have a way of focusing us. We have to think about what matters most when it comes to our spending, our health care. No doubt. This is why so many people are joining Medi-Share right now. Medi-Share is a trusted way to save up to 50% on your monthly healthcare costs. More than 400,000 people have already made the switch. It's pretty obvious why, too, especially now during this challenging season with healthcare costs and out-of-pocket expenses going up. Medi-Share can save you a lot of money. The typical family saves $500 a month. And Medi-Share is a Christian healthcare sharing ministry that's worked beautifully for 29 years. There are different options to choose from to fit your budget. I'll give you the number here in a second, and if you call, you can get a price within 2 minutes. Maybe now is the perfect time to make the switch and start saving. Here you go. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
A Democratic candidate for U.S. Senate is raising some eyebrows for words he used when talking about addressing Republican, quote, extremists, unquote. Democratic Ohio Senate candidate Tim Ryan spoke on MSNBC's Morning Joe on Tuesday.
The Democrats aren't right on everything, and I'm willing to sit down and have conversations about how we can move out of this age of stupidity and into an age of reconciliation and reform. How do we fix all of these broken systems? Some of those answers will come from Republicans, not the extremists that we're dealing with every single day. We've got to kill and confront that movement, but working with normal mainstream Republicans.
Ken Starr, the man who quickly became a household name in the 1990s due to his connection with the Clinton administration investigation, has died. Reporter Tim Berg has the story.
Ken Starr has died at the age of 76. The former Solicitor General rose to fame as the independent counsel in the investigation that led to the impeachment of former President Bill Clinton. Officials say Starr died at Baylor St. Luke's Medical Hospital in Houston of complications from surgery.
A new census report shows COVID aid programs helped cut childhood poverty by 46%. And a Twitter whistleblower said the company's security practices are so weak, foreign governments were able to place agents on the company's payroll. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
I was 53, divorced, and ready to get back out there. I was unsure about dating sites, but I signed up for Silver Singles and quickly met Lily.
Mark and Lily rediscovered the romance they deserve on Silver Singles, the secure dating site for 50-plus singles who know what they want.
Lily's a lover of the great outdoors like me, and we instantly connected over it.
If you're like Mark and want to rediscover that feeling, sign up today at silversingles.com/chat. That's silversingles.com/chat.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science. Yeah, so get a load of this. While the rest of the world's all being told, get ready to sacrifice in the name of, gotta save the climate, all right? Separately, they're right on the heels of California's announcement of banning the internal combustion engine car sales by the year 2035. Pete Buttigieg apparently now says, I think that's a good idea. I think we need to make that a federal thing. And so the whole country goes that route, right? I mean, some of these dumbass ideas. While the rest of us are all being told to prepare for less energy, difficult times, we've got to go for a green future. While China continues to power their factories and their mega cities by gleefully burning gigantic amounts of coal, and those numbers are about to skyrocket. On Monday, China and Mongolia announced the launch of a new 145-mile rail line that's going to haul coal from Mongolia, their coal fields, across the border to the hungry Chinese factories. China's state-run Global Times trumpeting the railway's capacity to carry up to 50 million tons of coal per year at a greatly reduced cost of $8 per ton compared to about $32 per ton for coal that's shipped by truck. Chinese officials expect the increased volume and reduced cost of shipping to yield a significant decrease in the cost of coal. They're bumping up their coal usage. Now, even before the railway was announced, Mongolia's coal exports to China have been increasing by over 200% per month, according to the numbers. Now, the Wall Street Journal Monday discussed the breathtaking scope of China's coal power boom. China is pretty much ignoring the climate change lectures from the West as they're building more coal-fired capacity than the rest of the entire world combined. I thought they were part of the Paris Climate Accords. Yeah, they are. Yeah, but in the deal with the Paris Climate Accord, China is allowed to increase their emissions until the year 2030. And are they ever drilling? Estimates of an 11% increase in China's emissions since 2015, while we are being forced to reduce emissions by 6% in that same time frame. So if it's a global thing, what everyone in the rest of the world is doing to try to save the climate or save the planet, it's all being absolutely undone by China as they continue to increase their output. Much of our emissions, our emission reduction, was achieved by switching from coal to natural gas, which Biden is now trying to kill. Meanwhile, China added 185 gigawatts of coal-fired power capacity since signing the Paris Agreement, which is not much less than the total operational coal-fired power capacity of the entire United States at the beginning of this year. You get that? Since 2015, they've added in China as much coal production, power generation than this country has today, on top of what they had before that. So when the Biden administration does all they can to restrict fossil fuels, no matter the economic harm, China is charging ahead with coal imports, coal mining, coal power, trying to become the world's leading economy. What we're doing in our zest and zeal to save the planet is working to kill our economy and actually embolden and help China become the world's leading economy. Now, for their part, Mongolia, they're very dependent on coal mining. You know, like Saudi Arabia doesn't have much of any damn thing but oil to sell. What do you have? Oil and sand, right? Yeah, Mongolia's got a lot of coal, and they don't have a whole hell of a lot more. Yeah, they've been working on railway projects to facilitate greater exports to China, and Russia as well. Most of Mongolia's existing railroads and highways were built decades ago by the Soviet Union, and they don't provide anywhere near the shipping capacity they need for their exports to reach the full potential. But yeah, China's got the deal. 50 million tons per year coal going to be burned in China. Well, there's the inbred redneck. What's happening this morning?
Well, good morning, cousin. Hold on, buddy. I kind of messed up here, buddy. I've had up and down days, and I tell you what, today has been a roller coaster ride.
Are you using an old-fashioned typewriter?
Why do you say that, buddy?
Well, because I was hearing the peck, 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 peck sound like a typewriter to me.
Buddy, don't rat me out. That's what I was doing.
I didn't think those things even existed anymore. Good Lord.
Oh, well, buddy, you can find all kinds of wild stuff here in eastern Kentucky. Buddy, I still got a daggone old phone that you crank up, buddy. Hanging on the wall here. You know, just antique, but buddy, the Fed killed Ethereum, but that didn't stop me from making money. I told everybody today or yesterday would be the greatest day ever to buy Ethereum. And the Fed proved me right. They released the inflation numbers and talking about jacking up the daggone
interest
rate. Yep. And they made every market in the daggone world collapse. And I knew it was coming. That's why I was telling everybody to buy in. And I was looking at $20 and $30 gains on one daggone Ethereum today, but luckily I bought in enough that I could trade on those $20, $30 gains less than 0.5%. You know, buddy. Still come out all right.
Okay.
Still come out putting about $1,000 in my pocket.
Bitcoin down 9.17% in the last 24 hours. What? Ethereum down 6.8%. I said right along with the stock market.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's used to crypto done the exact opposite of what the stock market done, because everybody said, well, this is safe compared to the stock market. Now it's all pegged together, with the futures markets and everything like that. But hang on, I've got to rework my daggone algorithms here to get them all lined out here on the crypto. But I did make a successful day out of it.
I'm glad to hear.
But buddy, yeah. Strange things happen at Hardee's, doesn't it, buddy?
All right. Got the FBI coming up to, I guess he's at the drive-through window or something. They come up and say, hey, give me your damn phone.
Yeah. And then what was it? A week before that, I spotted a UFO at the daggone Hardee's here at the house. I don't know, buddy. It's getting wild. It's getting crazy out there. Only thing I can tell people, if you want to know the future, just listen to what I say, because you're going to find it out one way or another. I'm living the future this week, buddy. But the main reason I called tonight, buddy, was to say goodbye.
Where are we going?
Well, buddy, I got to leave. Buddy. I got me a contract today. And I am exclusively under contract with Bloom Plus now. And part of that contract is I can't appear anywhere on any social media or anything without their dang on
express written permission.
Yeah, and it's just a big headache, buddy. So, but they're paying me. I'll be around. I got a YouTube channel nobody knows about, and I do my thing over there, and I don't see the big secrecy thing here. I think they'd want me to crank it out, for them and help them out. But this is what happens when you deal with the daggone Chinese. So somebody's profiting off the Chinese, not only me, Hunter Biden, and Joe Biden. So I guess I'm in the group now, buddy. I'm probably getting disbarred from the Hot Shots Studio secret bunker over dealing with the Chinese, but I had to do it, buddy. They offered me so much daggone money, I couldn't do nothing about it.
Going to work for China, huh? Good luck there.
Yeah. It's gonna be a wild ride. The good thing is I'm only under a 6-month contract, so everybody on the overnight drive, don't you worry, I ain't dead. Nothing like that. I'm just doing some work. And all the buddies out there that worry about the heavy honeys, don't you worry, I'll take care of them.
All right.
But they may be calling in there, Steve. They had me out with the camera today. They was talking about making a daggone calendar. Maybe I'll get the heavy honeys to call in and they can sell some calendars to you boys over there.
Boy, we like them big-legged women calendars, right?
That's right. Like I always say, a man can't eat fried chicken without getting greasy. You know what I'm saying, buddy? So, jump in, go for it. But, buddy, it's been fun. I hope I've kicked you off on the YouTube good. I'll be on the YouTube here on the other end here somewhere, doing what drug addicts do, as the big moose would say. I've got my contract. So y'all be good.
All
we'll
right.
talk to
We'll
you
look
about.
for you in about 6 months, right? Going into a hiatus. Isn't that what you call that, a hiatus? All right, it's 844-3388. Eskimo Mom been hanging in there. Guys, I want to talk about the overtime and the wages. Morning, Eskimo Mom.
Hi, Steve. First off, I've got a DA nominee. It is the four-wheeler that decided to park on the left-hand shoulder or I should say, what left-hand shoulder of I-75 just before exit 69 here when I was coming back from the yard, or coming back to the yard for my first run. And they I had a trooper fly by me like I was sitting still. Has this four-wheeler, it has his lights on behind him, sitting on the left-hand shoulder, which is that there's nothing, as most folks know, in that part of 75 north of Dayton, there's really not much of a left-hand shoulder. But coming back down, they got that person to the right-hand shoulder, and there's another trooper besides trooper number one. There's trooper number two right back behind him. So there may be somebody getting cuffed and stuffed in the Miami County Jail on that one. But and as for the wages, if you ask Brain Dead and Heat Wave and several others about milking the clock, they will tell you that if they have their coworkers milk the clock, they get themselves into some trouble. But it just depends on how strong the discipline process is with the company. And the bad thing about the wages that there's a lot of trucking companies that they pay by the hour, but it's like $15 an hour if you're lucky in many cases. So the paid by the hour may be a blessing and maybe a curse. It just depends on how that bill works out.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, if a company's going to try to do the lowball thing and give you $15 an hour, which you could make flipping hamburgers, you're probably still going to have a difficult time finding drivers to work for them.
Yep. Unless you want to give them like an 8-hour day or some other thing like that. But most of us who've got some experience and everything. Sorry about that. Most of us who have experience, we're going to want 25, 30, $35 an hour easily, because that's what we're worth. And it's just trying to find these for hire carriers that will pay us that.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, Eskimo Mom, good to hear from you this morning. Thank you for checking in. Don't be a stranger. Of course, she won't. It is 22 past the hour.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Somebody just shared the Fox Business Report where Stuart and Barney was pretty much explaining exactly what I was just talking about with China, countering all the efforts that the rest of the world are making to impact climate change. It's a bunch of bull. Slamming the U.S. and its allies for this obsession with climate change. The Western world is pursuing extreme, painful policies that do not deliver. It's getting ridiculous. You get that? Ridiculous. Case in point, electric vehicles. If every country in the world achieved their stated goal for electric vehicle sales by 2030, and that's a stretch, the temperature of the planet would be reduced by 0.0002 degrees Fahrenheit by the end of the century. That analysis comes from a committed environmentalist, Bjorn Lomborg, who used the United Nations' own climate model. What is the point? Enormous pain and absolutely, virtually no gain. Plus, what's the point when China cancels out America's emission cuts by going back to coal? Because that's what they're doing big, big, big time. Opening coal mines, building coal-fired utility plants at a furious pace. The Global Energy Monitor reports China is working on 174 new or expanded coal mines and 258 coal-fired power plants. Proposed, permitted, or actually already under construction. So when it comes to climate, they're going backwards deliberately. They're not going to sacrifice their economy. I mean, it's bad enough with their zero COVID policy. And remember, China, they don't have to cut their emissions until the year 2030. And with that in mind, what they're able to do now is ramp up emissions to an unbelievable level. So when 2030 does roll around, they can start saying, well, we're going to begin making cuts. It'll take them 100 years to get down to where they need to be, though, if you want to compare it with the rest of the world. All right, Midnight Special on board. Hello, Midnight Special.
Hey, how's it going, Steve?
Hanging with them.
Hey, I just wanted to bring something up. I saw on the news and saw in the papers where those, I think it's 12 or 15,000 nurses are on strike up there in Minnesota. And I just want to say I think that's something real good they're doing, because I read up on the reasons they're on strike, and it's mostly for the patients. There was a lot of people during the coronavirus that died in hospitals alone. My wife's a nurse, and my mother was a nurse. And I saw firsthand what these nurses went through during that coronavirus. And there was a lot of family members lost loved ones because they had so many restrictions where they couldn't even be by their side.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And I just want to say, I think that's a good thing the nurses are doing, because they're trying to stand up for patients' rights.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's what I want to say. And I want to say something else about NASCAR, Steve. I live up here in the Lake Norman area, the Mooresville area. And there's been some talk around here. You know, they took the All-Star race from Texas and moved it to North Wilkesboro. Well, everybody's favorite driver, Dale Jr., he's been coordinating with our great liberal governor here in North Carolina. And the word is on the street that they sort of took that race from Texas because of what's going on with the border down there while they're shipping them out.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're hearing around here. So, I mean, I don't know if it's true, but that's what they're saying. Like I said, I live here in Racetown. And that's what I've been hearing. But there's pictures in the paper, Charlotte paper, of Junior with Roy Cooper and everything else. But I don't know. Maybe somebody else has heard something, but I don't know.
On that, I don't have any info. Maybe somebody does, though.
Yeah, maybe somebody does, but that's all I got, Steve.
Midnight Special. Thank you for checking in. Have a great morning. Looks like the nurse strike, I guess, has been canceled. They were all rallying at the Madison Labor Temple this past evening, set to be the first day of a 3-day strike. But apparently they negotiated an agreement. Nurse organizers declaring the agreement victory because of the organizing effort that we've undertaken. Every nurse at UW Hospital will be respected and protected. For now, there is still no recognized UW Health Nurses Union, but the parties are working together to see if that's possible. We're excited to take on the battles yet to come, but for now, we did this, according to one nurse. She's not alone, taking time to enjoy the current agreement before looking forward to the future, or toward the future. Nurses, they're interviewed a bunch of them, happy with where things stand. Management decided to take the step with us and give us a voice. It's a step forward for our patients and for my profession of nursing, and it's a step in the right direction. Support for the union comes from growing up in a union home, he said, and the experiences he had as a UW Health nurse before Act 10 was signed into law. All right, news break time on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The market did not like what it saw in Tuesday's CPI report, and stocks suffered. The Dow fell nearly 1,300 points Tuesday. U.S. stocks fell broadly while Treasury yields rose after the latest inflation data came in higher than expected. Tuesday's inflation report will help determine the path ahead for interest rates before the next Federal Reserve meeting. Meanwhile, President Joe Biden touted the Inflation Reduction Act on Tuesday despite those abysmal numbers.
With this law, the American people won and special interests lost. How long we've been fighting for Armenia? How long we've been taking on these interests? From the time I got to the Senate 720 years ago.
Kenneth Starr, the former Solicitor General whose investigation led to the impeachment of President Bill Clinton, died on Tuesday. He was 76. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by government.com. Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you are guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Schlabach, Schrink, and Schmucker hang on to take the tractor titles. Kellogg and Berg find a way in diesel trucks and modifieds. And it all comes to an end at the Enderley. Or does it? From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The final 5 2022 NTPA Grand National Champions were determined over 2 days and 3 sessions at the DeKalb County Fair Nationals in Sandwich, Illinois. On Thursday's truck night, Todd Dugan's Angry Farmer Penetrating Spray Ford won the battle, but Shane Kellogg's Trump Dodge won the war, claiming its second GN title. This campaign turned around, as so many do, in Bowling Green, as serious engine damage during the Friday session necessitated a fateful trip to Fairmont, Indiana.
We went back to Hazley Machine that night, put a new motor in, a customer motor. Called him and asked him if I could borrow his motor. I won the next night with it, got second tonight with it. Guys, gift from God, for letting me borrow his motor. These rental motors, they run the best. Thank Jeff Miffick.
Then on Tractor Day on Saturday, a grueling two-hook schedule sealed the deal for the last 4 divisions. In Super Stock Diesel, Travis Schlabach used up 10 points of his lead over Kent Payne's Super Rooster, but hung on to win his second straight title. Schlabach's Bone Twister nearly ran out of bounds in the afternoon session, while Payne was victorious. Then in the evening, Schlabach did run over the chalk for an 8th place finish, but balanced against 7 wins and 13 top 3 finishes, it was a title-worthy effort for the International 1066 out of Marengo, Iowa. Joe Degenhart and Diggin' Hard won the nightcap. In Super Farm, Gary Chevink's New Attitude arrived in a tie for the lead, with defending champion Ryan Anderson's checking out. In the afternoon session, Anderson had the early draw and snuffed short of 300 feet, while Chevink's 316 won it. That dropped Anderson 10 points behind. Though Anderson claimed victory in the night session, Chevink clinched with a follow-up 6th. A GN rookie from Reedsburg, Wisconsin, Chevink was rightly emotional in the sandwich winner's circle.
We've just had a super year, but obviously what's made it really, really nice is the group of individuals that we pull against. You couldn't find a better bunch of guys. Nowhere. Thank all of you very much for taking me in under your wing and helping me out.
Brandon Simon's Loud and Heavy and Rob Russell's Workhorse reprised their green-red battles of 2021 in winning the 2 Pro Stock classes. But Danny Schmucker's Rampage kept calm and carried on with a 7th and a 4th that took all the oxygen away from a comeback by either of the Mack Trailer Team tractors. Schmucker of Louisville, Ohio, finished with a 12-point margin over Julia Ray, last year's Enderley winner, and notched the family's first GN championship since 2014. And in Modified, to paraphrase a football coach's lament, Tommy Owens didn't lose, he just ran out of hooks. Owens mounted a furious comeback over the season's waning weeks, sweeping Bowling Green and Sandwich to trim 5 points off the lead of 5-time class champion Brett Berg's Rink Seat sponsored moneymaker. But Berg is now a 6-time champion because his lead, before Owens' streak began, was 6 points. The latest trophy goes to Farmington, Minnesota, on the strength of moneymaker's 3 wins and 8 top 2s. They will meet again at the Enderley Pull-Off this Saturday, September 17th, as will the top finishers from 23 regional and grand national divisions. Check ntpapull.com throughout this week and visit allstarpull.com for a look at past winners and the story of pulling's longest running and most lucrative one-day invitational events. Action begins at 5 p.m. live and on ntpa.tv, but the pits will be open hours earlier and fans are invited to tour the ground, visit with the drivers, and partake in some great local concessions and pulling merchandise. There's a pedal pull at 4 p.m. for the kids, and we'll run our Road to the Enderley broadcast on the PA shortly afterward. It's a celebration of a season and of the extraordinary effort put forth by all the folks across North America who make championship pulling happen. Don't forget the Allegan County Fair this Wednesday in Allegan, Michigan, and there are a few more polls after the Enderley that give you a few more chances to scratch that pulling itch, so stay tuned. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Thank you, John Dunlap. All right, looking forward, to the Enderley Pull-Off. It's coming up here. And, of course, Hot Shot Secret won't be there with bells on, right? Coming up on, Wednesday the 14th, this Saturday the 17th, Urbana, Ohio, the Champaign County Fairgrounds. Not sure who all's going to be there. I'm pretty sure Josh likes to go to the NTPA stuff. I assume he'll be there, but a couple of things we can pass your way. Right now, you got some deals out there on your Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment Tractor Supply locations. $2 off on every 16-ounce Everyday Diesel Treatment. Runs to October the 23rd. Let's see, $3. Save $3 on 16-ounce Everyday Diesel Treatment at Advanced Auto Parts stores through October the 27th. So stop in. Everyday Diesel Treatment. Meanwhile, back to the phones we go here. Wait a minute, is that the purebred redneck?
Hey, buddy, Steve. Long-time caller, first-time listener. You may or may not know I'm also a Dogecoin mogul. I just spent the last couple hours, buddy, swimming around in my Dogecoin like Scrooge McDuck. And I tell you, Steve, when I think about it, I can't help but touch myself and call your show. And, oh, buddy, let me tell you, Steve, I'm about to wind this thing up, Steve. You got any cool menthols over there, buddy, I can borrow? Hey, I tell you what, buddy, I'll just get you on the flip side. I'm about to besmirch all over this truck, Steve. See ya.
Right. Oh, no, where's the dynamite? I can't get it quick enough. Lord help us. Oh, Scarecrow, where you been?
man, yeah, it has been a while. I can't really say I've been hiding under a rock or what the issue's been. But
did he say he was about to besmirch himself?
Well, doggone the company that we work for, they just are not cooperating with this overnight drive broadcast. They're going to have a major overhaul back there. Yeah, the DA of the nominations generally come in later in the week there, but the program has been pretty ripe tonight here. And actually about 24 hours back, you know, there's been a couple of times I've actually nominated myself there. And I was prepared to nominate myself again this week, but I'll be damned if I can remember what the nomination was going to be for. But don't you worry, Steve. History has a habit of repeating itself there. So we got a couple more programs to work on that part. I'd hate to get left out here. Steve, there is some high and mighty news to be run up the flagpole here. Pretty much in the line of that RCR and Bush news. Steve, we have pretty much weaned the monkey gouger off of that bud. It certainly looks like he's going to get away from that horse stuff coming out of the St. Louis, and we're going to get him lined up with that holy water out of Milwaukee there. And yeah, he's sounding pretty chipper and positive about that. Now, get ready, Steve, because the movement is coming towards the secret bunker, so hang on there, bud.
Uh-oh. Yeah, look out, look out.
We're going to wean you off of that nasty stuff. Hey, anyway, in fact, it was actually a week ago. I started on this story, and it kind of became like a who shot JR thing. It just hasn't worked out to bring it up since. I just touched on us touring Martha's Vineyard there a little while back. Well, I kind of misspoke there a little bit. It's better to say the Martha's Vineyard of the Midwest, and that would be Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Now, myself, I've never been there before. I might have driven through there sometime in the truck at one point, but I really never had a true vision of what was involved with that community. Now, it's pretty much a recreation community for the high and mighty out of Chicago. You know, how northern Wisconsin is dominated by Illinois residents. Well, Lake Geneva is probably about 90% of the upper crust of Chicagoland. And given how this is over Labor Day weekend, my kids, they live only about 20 miles from there. So, and there, as it is, you can tour, you can walk, I think, all the way around the lake itself. It's about a 25-mile hike. And the kids, they're all into hiking. Well, they figure they'd go easy on the parents and whittle it down to a 5-mile stretch. So we parked the car on one end and the other right in town. And that's very interesting to travel those properties and whatnot, and see how a totally different class lives. Now, Lake Geneva, there was actually a railroad line that ran directly from Chicago to Lake Geneva. It started in the late 1800s. The lumber barons and the beer moguls. Now, there you go with that. The beer and Wisconsin connection again that we've talked about.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, there's a little bit of history there, don't it? Either way, yeah, the properties are very intriguing. In fact, there's restrictions, regulations. In fact, every single boat dock on the lake is exactly the same construction and all. Properties that look like they're probably mandated that they get watered every day and such. But you got a fat wallet if you want to purchase any property there. I did a quick little search. A couple lots that were available, it looked like they're in about the $15,000 to $20,000 a foot for water frontage, and that's with no structure. Article said that building construction, yeah, you're pushing nearly $1,000 a square foot for your little abode that you're going to build there. But so anyway, this has a little tie to a couple of calls earlier in the program here, Steve, about telephones and this and that. Now, I was curious about a property. The owners were out there, so I introduced myself, just chit-chatted a little bit. And later that evening, back at the kids' place, Sonny looked up, the property lines and whatnot. He found this one, a couple strokes of the keyboard. Well, there's the owners right in front of me. A couple more strokes of the keyboard. Well, there's the kids and their ages and the grandkids. And Steve, it should pretty much scare the kajibas out of all of us over what is available online. What people, we've been told in the past to be careful what we post and whatnot in social media and such. They're short of their medical records, Steve. He was able to come up with just about anything and everything you could ever want to know about, this family and such. That no, there is no such thing as privacy anymore. That's for darn sure. So yeah, the practice of posting pictures of your kids and grandkids and whatnot, that's not the wisest move. I know my eldest there, they've been pretty careful about that with their granddaughter over the years, any association with, Facebook or any of that. But so that's something for everybody to, keep in mind, big time. And then, Steve, I sent you an email. Oh, actually, before the show started.
I got my number 8 Dale Jr. Monte Carlo, the 2004 model, right?
Yeah, exactly. I had lost track of that auction that's coming up. We fully had intentions of getting up there to tour the museum one more time, but come to realize, that auction, it starts tomorrow. And but either way, I just wanted to make sure that you have your banking credit line, in order and such.
They're figuring they're estimating it'll go for 15 to 25 grand. That sounds a little low to me, but I guess, for all practical purposes, it's something you're just going to buy and put in the garage or something. Can't leave it parked in the driveway because it ain't got no damn windows.
Well, yeah, the garage or the secret bunker or whatever,
right.
all the cars, if you go up and down the lots, they're all have the rough estimate of, highs and lows of apparently what those particular models have been bringing, for the Make 'em auction series. There's actually a few that I would expect to go quite a bit higher. There was that, I think it was that 78th anniversary Corvette with 5 miles on. Shucks, I think they only have that in roughly the 40 to 60,000 range. But like I say, I guess they know far more about market values and demands than I do by any means. It looked like probably the pedal tractors, pedal cars, and whatnot. That is apparently open for online bidding right now. That there is some bid prices on those and whatnot. But so either way, and don't worry about the transportation end, Steve. If it is that R can't, work it into his program, I'm just a few miles from the auction site there, and
you can pick her up, huh?
We haul for L. Oh yeah, chef. Well, we can drive it home. We just put a slow-moving vehicle on the back, and we'll just tell them it's all a piece of agricultural equipment and such. But we transport for Alro Steel. Well, as it is, they see we got a DC down in Cincinnati and several in Indiana, all across Ohio. So it'll take a few relays, but we'll be able to get it to you there.
I'd love to have it. That's a sweet. That's it's the Dale Jr. It's the number 8, the red Budweiser car, the 2004 model. So yeah, as is, as they say, though. So, and it ain't in mint condition, but All right, quick like from the email bag. Let's see here. First of all, James checks in, talking about the whole Visa, the guns, the Visa, MasterCard. Visa actually pushed back, saying it's kind of a dangerous precedent, apparently originally. But, of course, the big banks leaned on them, and they rolled right in line. You nailed it the other day when you said ESG. That's it. Remember when the Russian invasion started and all those companies were pulling out of Russia, McDonald's being like the last one? Yeah, when they finally pulled out, they didn't say it's wrong or anything like that. They said it's become a reputational risk against ESG. Pappy was spot on when he said they tell us what they're doing. Now, if you go back and listen to John Kerry at the World Economic Forum in Davos, you'll find it on YouTube. He said it's happening more rapidly and more intensely than they could have imagined or even hoped for. The destruction of America and the West is definitely intentional. Biden bringing in John Podesta to oversee $6 billion in clean energy funds, that's as shady as you know what. When Podesta shows up, you know dirty dealings are about to happen. All right. Thank you very much, James. Steve is on board. Hello to Steve, all the listeners out there. It's only Wednesday. Feels like this week's going to be going by kind of slow, actually. Monday morning was interesting as I got rear-ended by a trash transfer semi while exiting the interstate, headed to the landfill, but all the parties involved are okay. Just some minor truck damage. Everybody enjoy their day out there, though, and we shall catch up again soon. Thank you very much, Steve. Scott checks in. Every time hourly wage gets brought up in a forum, I ask, what's a good hourly wage you'd work for? And I always get crickets. I couldn't make what I make now with per mile and drop-in hooks and fuels with what a company would want to pay hourly. Now, as for Lindsey Graham, I think he's trying to appease the 60, 70% who don't want a total ban on abortion, but want some limit and on how late into a pregnancy you can have one. But yeah, you know what? That's supposed to be up to the states now, and he wants to take it back to a federal thing. Just a dumbass move. Truck and Phil on board. Morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Happy Wednesday. Coffee up. The report, fog in the upper Midwest, as just reported. Yes. Fort Wayne, northern Indiana, western Ohio, southern Michigan, very foggy. Gonna be slow going today early on. Anyway, we're ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan. Make that flip back. 102 days till Christmas. There you go. Truck and Phil, Semper Fi. All right, indeed, it is Hump Day. Stick around with TNCRadio.live in the shadow of the Johnson Space Center. Tuesday nights, of course, ladies' nights on TNC Radio. And all three shows new and coming your way right after we wrap things up here momentarily. First up, it's Shannon Courier with all things Southern on the Southern Route. Followed up by Shelley Johnson with Kathy Tuccaro, driver of the world's largest truck, as they host Women Road Warriors. And finally, don't miss Sarah Barnes-Humphrey. She'll be talking all things supply chain on Thoughts and Coffee this morning. Obviously, on this program this morning, coming up 7 a.m. Eastern Time, taking a look at supply chain updates that you need to know. All that and more on TNC Radio.live. Hey, see you back at the midnight hour tonight. Have a safe Hump Day, and thanks for being with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,